Okay, folks, I guess we'll get started. This is the October 8th meeting of the Expanded Budget Committee of the Tompkins County Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee of the Tompkins County Legislature. We've been considering amendments to the county administrator's proposed budget for our last two meetings that we've had. We had a break for a regular legislature meeting last night. I understand that our county administrator may want to talk to us about what's been handed out to everybody about some budget questions. Is that correct, Corsa? Or is Norma going to do that, or what's going to happen?
No, spit to it.
What's that?
Spit to it.
Oh, okay. All right, I guess I'm going to do that. So we prepared for you a packet of information, and just really it was to kind of remind folks of fund balance and provide a little bit of additional information to you. You know, I don't know if you want, I don't want to take a lot of time because we've got so much to do this evening.
Yes, we do.
But if you, just really quick, the first page tells you about the general fund. The second page is just our Tompkins County fund balance, so that you folks, just as a reminder of what the fund balance policy is. There's some charts in here that are giving you an overview of our county as it compares to other counties in our fund balance and our operating expenditures. I think on page, this doesn't have page numbers on it. There's a page, the page that indicates fiscal stress indicators. That shows you where we are in public score for fiscal stress indicators, and these are provided to us by the New York State Office of Comptrollers. And then finally, the big one on the second to the last page, it has a list of the fund balance policies and where we are with the 25% policy, 25% target fund balance, if we were at 18%, and then again, if we were at 15%, and what our balance would be. As you can see, we would be below our target fund balance all the way up until, or unless we had a much lower target fund balance around 15%. And then the last page just kind of gives you an overview of what the county charter says and what our timelines are for the budget, because I know it's come up a few times, that why, you know, what's our hurry and what's our timeline, and this just kind of gives you an overview of what the county charter says. So that was very quick.
Thank you.
If anybody has questions, I'm happy to try to answer those.
I hope we can all be that quick tonight. We have quite a number of amendments to talk about. I have to say that as the chair of the budget committee, I'm totally surprised. We've talked all year about the difficult budget we're going to have this year, and yet I think we've seen more potential changes to the budget, many of which are adding spending than we've seen in a couple of years. But that's the process, and that's what we're going to go through. I would like to start this evening with the proposals having to do with our college, Tompkins Cortland Community College. So I'm going to turn to Veronica Pillar and ask if you could move your amendments.
Sure. Do you want them in the order they're on the paper?
That's your choice.
Okay, then let me not do that and start with number 44. So I'd like to move an amendment to add in $94,500 for a capital project on TC3's end, the Banner project, which is a needed software replacement to bring TC3's digital functioning in line with other SUNY schools. This was an OTR that was not in the recommended budget. My question is, though, I'm sorry, I already forgot what we're doing with one-time versus target funding. I think this was meant to be one-time funding, but it is listed as target on here. So can I move it as one-time?
Yes, you
Yeah,
can.
okay.
And I'd like a second, seconded by Ann. Do you want to speak to it?
Would any of you like to speak to it?
Clarification. Is this going to be one-time target funds or one-time on a fund balance?
It's one time. So whichever way we want to fund it, we're just giving them the money one time, and we're not repeating it next year. So we can, I think, as I said the last time, if we had fund balance, we can use this as a one time. If we want to touch on the tax levy as a one-time expense, we can do that. But we have flexibility over that decision point. The fact that if, for example, we pass 5.34 as a tax levy this year, it doesn't mean that is a measuring point for us. You can still adjust it as any time. So we don't have excess fund balance as set aside that this is what you're using, and then we are monitoring that. So it's a per transaction basis. So it's just about dealing with the specific items, and then we make decisions at the end how we want to levy at what point.
Other comments on this one? Randy?
Yeah, Amy, I can't remember, is this something that Cortland County is also funding their percentage of this, or is this just us?
Amy, our president, Amy
One of the mics.
Kramenak from TC3 is here with us tonight. Amy, could you come to a microphone, please?
Thank you. In response to Legislator Brown's question about whether or not Cortland County has passed the amendment for the capital request, the answer to that is yes.
Thank you.
Other questions? I would point out that we've done this for 2 or 3 years because when it came time for the TC3 budget to be approved by this legislature, we couldn't raise the operating subsidy from the counties because our partner was not able to do that. So we looked for a workaround, and the workaround the last 2 or 3 years has been to give some one-time money, and I think that's what we're looking at here. Anyone else?
This is capital, though, not operating.
Well, I know that, but we still have been giving one-time money.
Right, capital's
For capital.
generally one-time money.
And the other capital project is the deferred maintenance, which is, I think, coming up next. So that's what we're doing.
Question though, this capital project has money coming, if we approve this, we'll have money coming from our county and also from Cortland County, right?
Yes.
Not quite the same scenario as.
No, this is not the increase of the operation aid. Are we ready to vote? Those in favor? Are there any opposed? That's unanimous. Go ahead, Veronica.
All right, I'd like to move Amendment 45. This is $164,377, one time for also a TC3 capital project, which is deferred maintenance on their facilities.
Greg, seconding.
And I would encourage questions to be directed to President Kramenik.
Mike Ziegler.
I was just wondering how the sale of the dorms was going, and if that sale does go through, there'll be some realized gain there, and what happens to that gain?
The residence halls are owned through the TC3 Foundation. The community colleges in New York State are prohibited from owning residence halls, and our college, many years ago, made the decision that they would come under the auspices of the foundation.
So that money just goes to the foundation?
Yeah, those funds would go to the foundation.
Okay.
And then what happens? I mean, does the foundation sit on the money? Do they distribute it?
No, that will be used to pay down the bonds.
Thank you.
There is outstanding debt on the residence halls.
Other questions? Ready to vote? Those in favor? Any opposed? That also is unanimous.
And
Go ahead,
then,
Veronica.
can I move Amendment 43? This is $151,369 in target funding for a 5% increase to our contribution to TC3's operating budget.
Is there a
And-
second for that? Seconded by Shauna.
And this is, others can speak more to this, but this is something that they've been asking for, I think, as we've talked about before, for multiple years. It does require approval from both Tompkins County and Cortland County simultaneously. So earlier in this year, we were ready to do that. Cortland County wasn't. Now we hear that Cortland County is or is discussing. I think we're all in budget process at the same time. And so if we could approve this, that would be great for the college. We haven't increased the county's share to their operating budget in 6 years, I am seeing. So it's past time. Furthermore, in theory, we should be contributing about a third of the operating budget and the other third's coming from the state and the students respectively, but we are below that. We did find out that and I'll ask President Kremenek to correct me or clarify, that their enrollment for this year has actually gone up quite a bit more than they were previously projecting, which means that they are getting more revenue from students, but it also means that they have more students to support, which costs money in return. So this increase is still going to be needed and used. And so obviously I'd like us to support it. And I know that the timing is not what we usually do, which is unfortunate. And I would be happy to tell Cortland County to please get it together on the usual schedule next time, but I don't think it's challenging enough to get so many funders in line that I think that it would be good for us to be a bit flexible on this. We have to do that all the time with the vagaries of the scheduling of larger governments. So I think it's okay.
Randy, and then Travis.
Yeah, Amy, refresh my memory again. So Cortland County did approve this 5%?
They have not yet approved it. What I have been told by Kathy Bischoff, who is the government liaison to the college's board, similar to Mike Lane in his role for Tompkins County, is that it's their intention to vote on the fall, and she feels confident that they will be able to pass it.
So would this be contingent on them approving their share? Is that how it works?
I think it has to be.
Yes.
Okay, I just didn't know how the process works.
Yes. We cannot, if I can just add, we cannot take funds from one county and not the other. It's proportional based on the percentage of students served from each county.
I'd also like to state that the New York State does not pay its third, and I think it only pays 28% or something like that. So they've not stepped up to the plate forever, probably.
Travis?
I would definitely support this, but I don't know if I would have supported the other two. Our 5% is our 5%. We are dealing with a lean budget year, and so to support all three is tough for me. I can't ask now which ones are your priority because we've already approved two of them. But everybody is taking a cut. Some agencies are taking 25%. So I can't do all three.
Lee?
Couple questions, President Kremenek. These funds, if approved by both counties, would take effect with our budget year from January to December. You stated, I think, at the last meeting that your state year runs September to August. And if the increases came in from the two counties, next year in September, you would probably realize some form of match or some percentage increase from the state based on the increased contributions from the counties. Is that correct?
For the capital projects, yes. There is a state 50% state match for capital projects. For the local sponsors, 50%, state 50%. On the operating budget, there's no guarantee that there would be increased state funding. We've been flat in state funding also for 6 years.
Okay, so how we proceed on the contributions from the county, that's no guarantee it's going to generate anything more from the state then?
I wish I could say yes, but
I wish you could too.
the answer to that is no. I do too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shauna?
Thank you, Mike. There are a few different organizations, or I guess I'll call them departments, that I feel like they're our baby. And, you know, one of them is the library, one of them's TCAT, one of them's the airport, one of them's TC3. And I think for many years, they haven't been able to come to our organization and ask for money. And for us, that's kind of been great because we've been able to invest those extra funds, been able to make a lot of money on the investments that you haven't asked for over the past, I don't know, what was it, 5 years that you haven't? 6 years that you haven't come to the county. And, you know, now it's finally at a point where our partner, Cortland, has the funds, has the political will to support our community college. And I think that, you know, at this point, I know our budget is looking worse and worse with every vote. But I think we have to find a way to support this because we're asking our community college to have more students, bring them in the doors, but we're not willing to support them. And I personally don't think that's fair. I think there's been a real turnaround in TC3 of just the morale. You walk in the door, the professors are smiling, the staff are happy. The students that go there absolutely love it. I had a few of your students at my house the other night, and they were talking about taking some of the EMT classes, and they're really engaged in their community, they're engaged in their school, and there's like a real school pride that I've never really seen before. So I think now is the time for us to invest. And again, I can probably sing a lot louder about the woes of our budget this year, but this is one thing that I think is really important.
Greg?
Yeah, Sean, I appreciate you saying that. I completely agree. And Dr. Kremnick, I guess the question I would have for you is, and maybe this was in one of the emails that we received or some other point, what does it mean to the college to not receive these funds?
The student tuition at TC3 is about $5,600 per year. I wish I could say that covers costs. It does not. So with flat state funding, flat potentially county funding, it means that we are unable to support the students to the degree to which we think is best. In particular, we're seeing students with increased need, particularly adult students who never had the opportunity to go to college in the first place, or didn't have the opportunity to finish. They come with what I call life experience, and sometimes those life experiences we need to help them deal with. It's not that they're not capable. They're absolutely capable of doing well. It's the other pressures that they face that we as a community college uniquely have to manage that is very different from other sectors of higher education. We are open access institution. We would have it no other way, but it does mean that we serve students with the most need.
Yeah, I think we absolutely have to be supportive of TC3 and their requests. I think you've been good stewards of the funds we've given you previously, and you've made the most. You've really made a lot of lemonade out of the lemons that you've been dealt. And so these are dollars that continue to make a ripple effect within our community throughout our state. And I just don't see another path forward without supporting these.
Rich?
Yeah, it would be nice if this was within the regular budget cycle, but boy, we have an opportunity here to catch up. And as I've repeatedly said over the years, I would like us to meet our mission, which was a third, New York State, the counties, and the students, and we've really strayed from that. This doesn't get us all the way there, but it's moving in the right direction. I will support. Thanks.
My problem, you've touched on it, Rich, and that is this off-cycle. We were prepared to do this with Cortland at the request of the college in their original budget, and then we got turned down by Cortland, and TC3 had to go back and readjust their budget, which got passed by counties and I believe accepted by the state. If we do this, if we go ahead, I'm very sympathetic to being able to fund it, but I don't want to send the wrong signal to Cortland that it's perfectly all right that they just wait around until the end of the year before they decide whether they're going to be giving the college an increase in the operation aid. I think if we're going to do something here, we've got to tie to it that Cortland needs to come back next year and with funding when it's time to look at the budget for TC3 in the summertime and actually starting in the spring. I'm not exactly sure how to word something like that or to get the agreement by Cortland County to such a thing, but I'm sure they're just looking to us to do something off cycle. And if we do this, what are we going to do next spring? We put the extra money in our budget now, and are we going to then wait again to see whether Cortland County is going to come up with whatever the ask is next year? That's my problem. I don't know whether Amy has any thoughts on that or not, and I don't want to give our college a hard time, but I have a lot of, TC3 is very much in my heart, and I don't, we've had these issues with our sister county in Cortland over several years, and this is maybe, as you say, Rich, a breakthrough, but I'm concerned. Shauna.
I think probably what we need to do is commit to having better communication and opening this up in February and March. If you'll remember, years ago, we used to go for lunch with them, have just light conversation, get to know them. We also see these colleagues at NYSEC twice a year, and we sit right next to them, so there's no reason why we shouldn't be talking about this. And then what we should probably do that I think we've done prior to COVID was, I think it was April, we would actually have a presentation by TC3. You'd bring in the underwriters, and then we would start having the conversation and looking at budgets and getting those numbers in and start having those conversations. So I think, you know, in hindsight, we should have probably done it. It would have prepared both of us. But I think there needs to be a commitment from us moving forward to better prepare so that we know what we're looking at for the next year.
Rich.
Just a thought for those of you who are carrying on and going to NYSEC. It might really make sense to have a formal approach and either make sure there's a 20 minutes, half an hour of TC3 meeting with the Cortland representatives that are at NYSEC, because you're absolutely right. Everybody's in the same building. And February would be a perfect time to do that. So I'm looking at you, Shauna, because I imagine you'll be going to NYSEC, but. Yeah.
Other comments? Dan Klein.
Yeah, I just want to remind people, we did have a joint meeting with Cortland in the spring about budget. It was very sparsely attended.
That happens quite often. Veronica Pillar.
Yeah, I guess others have said what I have maybe said. We talked, or I mean, Mike, you and I talked about wanting to have go back to having relationships with, back to a time before me, with the Cortland legislators more. And I don't think it would be written in our budget, but I'm happy to commit to working on that. I'm texting one of them right now, but that doesn't necessarily help anything.
Checks in the mail, they could tell
I had a thought that I forgot. And then the other thing is just affirming what others said about the importance. I guess we talked about the importance of this money to TC3, but the importance of TC3 to our county and our economy it comes up over and over, this like college, relatively easily accessible college with flexible training programs for the sake of the people looking to jumpstart themselves with education, and the industries and employers looking for people with the skills they need. This is what TC3 will do with this money is very much within the stated mission and strategy of our county.
Anyone else? Are we ready to vote? On the amendment to give this 5% increase of $151,369. And this is target, is that correct? All right. Those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Those opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 opposed. That carries.
Go Panthers.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Go Panthers.
All right. Now, we're going to go back to the top of the agenda, or the list, I should say. And if someone wants to move something else before that or after that, we can do that. Shauna.
Yeah, I would actually, I believe Cindy Wilcox is here. I would like to move the Human Services Coalition OTRs number 5, support for a housing specialist, $30,000. Number 5.
Is there a second? Seconded by Greg. Go ahead and speak.
Hey, thanks. So we have actually funded this for a few years, and this was an OTR. At one point, that was a 3-time, and I believe this was the year it was supposed to be added to target. And you'll see another position that's below that, the data specialist. Cindy, can you come up and talk to this position a little bit?
Hi, good evening. You want me to start with the housing specialist?
Yeah, that'd be great.
So the housing specialist is one of 2 staff members that staff our local continuum of care, which you all know is a 35-plus member coalition that is working to make homelessness rare, brief, and one-time in Tompkins County. So this position manages all of the data that is required for us to collect and report to HUD for all of our system performance measures. So that's an annual report, but it's a quarterly process. They also help to maintain the Homeless Management Information System, or HMIS, which is all of the data, the local data of our homeless response system. And they also serve as the coordinated entry lead. Coordinated entry is the by name list that we use to place people into housing from homelessness. So this position manages that whole entire process. They also coordinate the point in time count annually, which is required by HUD, and also some other data thing. Oh, the housing inventory count, and annually. So they are like the data wonk, and without this position, it would be extremely challenging to meet the requirements of HUD, which really basically puts our HUD funding at risk, which is about $1.6 million in Tompkins County.
Thanks. Other folks who want to speak about this one? Travis?
Since we started LEAD, 90% of our participants have gotten into long-term housing, and I would say that probably a quarter of them would have gotten, only a quarter would have gotten into long-term housing if not for the COC in this position. They attend our biweekly OW operations work group meetings, and in real time, there's real conversation about what's available for housing, how to get people in particular lists, how to protect people who are currently in housing and dealing with issues, where we could move them to, what type of funding they can access. And then there's the whole 1115 that takes up a ton of Liddy's time, and this helps Liddy be able to do this. So I see this as a critical position now already, and for what's coming up over the next year and some change, the next 3 years, I think it's going to be even more of an important position. So I definitely would support this.
Anyone else? Ready to vote? So this is on the support for the housing specialist, $30,000 target. Those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Those opposed? 3. So that carries. Go ahead, Shauna.
Okay, if I could make a motion for amendment number 6 for the data specialist through Human Services Coalition, and that is for $20,000.
$20,000 target. Someone want to second it? Veronica? Go ahead, explain it.
And Cindy, if you could explain this one as well.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. So the data specialist is the position that manages the 211 contact center database. So 211, as you know, is a beloved program here. We have about 13,500 contacts in 2024, and we have about 2,000 agency records that have to stay maintained to ensure that we're referring people to the services and the programs that are available to our county. So this position conducts all of that database management and updates and all of that. They also provide a lot of call analysis. So a lot of you are probably in a lot of planning meetings. A lot of that data is from our 211 database. So the percentage of calls that are housing related or transportation related. So this data is very important for us from a planning perspective throughout the human services sector. And so with right now, well, without this database manager, we will be the only contact center in New York State without a database manager. And just to give you an idea of the robustness of our call center, we actually receive more calls than Albany, Utica, Long Island, some of the larger metropolitan areas. So it's a lot of work. So we are requesting, this is about 25% of the full position's cost, because this position does a lot of other things for HSC and for the agencies across human services. But we, kind of recognizing that it's a challenging budget year, we said, well, at least if we can ask the county for, a portion of the support that actually supports the database management, which is really core, and that, serves everybody across the county. So.
Thank you.
Other comments? Ready to vote? Again, on the $20,000 for the data specialist to the Human Service Coalition target. Those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That fails on a 7-to-7 vote.
Oops. Does anybody want to reconsider? No?
I'll reconsider.
Are you moving to reconsider?
Yes.
All right. right. Is there a second to reconsider it? Travis. On the motion to reconsider, do we have to do a motion? Do we have to have a vote to reconsider? Okay. On whether or not to reconsider it, those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That fails on a 7-to-7 vote.
Point of order.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Dan.
I believe we had established, and Robert's rules confirmed that we...
Can you use your mic, Dan?
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. I believe we had confirmed that Robert's rules says you can ask for, if anyone wants to reconsider their vote.
Right, that's
And
what I
that's
meant.
what Ann had requested.
That's what I meant, to reconsider their vote.
Well, okay. I think you have to do that before the vote is announced.
Is that correct, Maury?
How would you know whether it would matter to reconsider if it was announced? I thought it was like shortly thereafter you could.
Somebody could make a new
As we have
amendment.
said, someone can do another proposal, change the figure or something, and whatever they want to do, but it doesn't have to be dead if you don't really want, if the majority doesn't want it to be dead. Greg?
Yeah, I'd like to move the data specialist position for the Human Service Coalition to the tune of $19,999 be added to target.
Is there seconded by Travis? Discussion on this latest rendition. Well, let's go ahead and vote. Those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That passes.
Thank you.
Can we do the other HSC ones while we're here?
I'm all right with that, unless people are objecting. We go to Ann.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to move ID, the enhancement ID number 49, and that's through the Human Services Coalition. It's the ultimate reentry opportunity one-time over OTR. And again, we have Cindy Wilcox here to explain it or answer some questions if people have them.
Is there a second? Seconded by Veronica. Discussion.
What is this for? What is it fund?
Cindy, can you enlighten us on what this would be used for?
Sure. Should I do any clarification on the, well, this is, I just want to be sure that everybody's, there might be a little confusion because if any of you are looking at your budget books.
Yes.
So the URO project, which is the Beyond the Box pilot project, was originally recommended by the HSC Review Committee with our first iteration of recommendations to the county administration. When the county administration provided us with the reduced target, we had to reconvene and reallocate and make a second set of recommendations. And this particular project was removed from our original recommendation because although it is not an indication of the value of the program at all, but the review committee wanted to kind of prioritize more safety net and critical needs in the enhancements because the message, of course, was very challenging budget year, nothing new. This does not mean that this is not a valuable program. So here we go. So the program is called Beyond the Box, and the URO had conducted a pilot of this program last year with a local restaurant, Moosewood, and basically the project is it provides opportunity for employers to get ready for folks who are entering their workplace that were formerly incarcerated. So the pilot includes an assessment of the organization and provides recommendations on what types of changes and kind of things that they can do to kind of make sure that they're able to support folks that are coming in from formerly incarcerated folks into their workplace. So this particular pilot now is, the second iteration is to move from a small employer to a medium-sized employer. So basically how this can scale up to a larger employer.
Anyone want to speak? Travis?
Yeah, I struggled with this. I struggled with the concept last year with the restaurant that was chosen who has historically hired people re-entering. My understanding is that Ithaca College might be the target this year. I don't understand why they're not paying for it. And I don't really understand the benefit of being certified. Certified, what does that mean? Ithaca College has traditionally hired people that are re-entering. Ithaca College has they've been good employers in this community. So if we were going to target a business, I would think we would target somebody who has shown not to be all that interested in hiring folks that are coming back into the community or who have struggled or have reached out and said we need some help. But to spend this kind of money helping a business get ready to bring in folks that would be valuable to their company, I just don't think that we should be spending that money. Even on a great budget year, I probably wouldn't support this.
Other comments? Veronica?
Yeah, I saw a presentation about the Beyond the Box results, and I don't remember where it was because I can't find it. I don't know if it was in a committee here or somewhere else. But what I learned from that was in the work with Moosewood, they learned a lot from what they were doing, and it was the kind of thing where, like, yes, the employer was hiring people in reentry, but things weren't always going well in surprising ways, just because there's, it can be difficult. Like it can, the whole process of everything can be difficult for someone reentering, depending on the circumstances. And so I think what I got out of it was there was a lot of, like, you don't know what you don't know until you try. But the folks from URO learned a lot through that and are ready to go through another iteration. And I think the idea would be to eventually open up, like through Beyond the Box certification, is open up the landscape of potential employment for reentering citizens here in Tompkins County, including to employers who maybe are actively resistant to hiring reentering people. But I mean, Cindy, correct me if I'm wrong, they're starting more with the low-hanging fruit where everybody's willing, but things still aren't working, which is a lot of places and a lot of topics. And so since, like, because of the current, because they're poised now, like, with results from an on-the-ground pilot to do a little more, and this is like a part of the reentry employment ecosystem, I would like to support them to do a little more at this time.
Ann?
Yeah, so because Moosewood has been willing and Ithaca College is willing, that makes it all the more important to start with those employment agencies to support those people in being successful. When they still need support to it doesn't mean that the employer knows how to support that person or that they have the skills to do that. So this helps train them to support them. And for instance, when I worked at Challenge Industries with people with disabilities, helping them, Ithaca College was great. They were willing to take our people, but we had to give them support. We had to support the staff and working with them. So this is, I think, a really important program. And then hopefully these people and other employers, whether we need to certify other employees, I'm not sure, but I'd like to keep going forward with the ones that are willing. So that's to help, hopefully that answers that question, that just because those employers were willing doesn't mean those people were successful.
Rich.
Yeah, maybe in a much better budget year, but I'm thinking that we've been really hard on our departments. It would be very hard for me to vote to take this much money and apply it on an outside agency where it might provide benefit, it might not. I struggle with what the certification really does, but in any event, I can't support this year. Thanks.
Amanda.
Yeah, you know, I don't even think we should be talking about the value of any given program. If it came forward and made it through the HSC process, it's got to be important and worthy and good people doing good work. And I think we should be talking about the process that was had and the fact that so much of the HSC was cut by our county administrator, and now it's just little piecemeal put back in by whoever's little favorite project it is. And I don't really, I mean, that's how we've always done it. If you have a particular organization that you feel like needs to be funded, you can put in an amendment. I just don't think that's a really overall equitable way of funding our nonprofits. And I think I was talking to Cindy earlier today, and I think this process, I really hope and urge you folks who are here next year to work with the HSC and come up with a better process and some guardrails and make it a much better, transparent way for our local nonprofits to get funding. I'm sure this is a wonderful project, but I don't like the process that we've had, and I won't be supporting any of these.
Can I please respond? Because
sure.
I've heard people say this before, like pet projects or their favorite projects. So if we could please not say things like that, it's a little bit disparaging of why we're picking things to put in for the amendments.
Travis.
You know, a few years ago, Sean and I got on Cindy about the process. And the last few years, I think they've done an amazing job opening this up to the whole community. This wasn't folks that came through on recommendations from legislators. This is open to the community. And Cindy can correct me if I'm wrong. I heard her say we got some directives from the county administrator, and we had to go back and look at particular projects that we move forward, and we had to pull some off. So I don't like the pet project piece of this, because this isn't what it used to be like, and it did feel like that. And I think that takes away from the hard work that HSC has done the last 2 years in opening this up, working with every agency that wanted to apply, to help them apply, to get them in the system. So I just want to acknowledge that, because it feels very different to me than it has, and that's the hard work of HSC.
Amanda?
I'm not disparaging HSC. I think that they do amazing work, and Cindy and I had a great conversation today, but I think the process with us and with our county administrator and with, you know, why aren't we bringing forward all the organizations that were cut? There were many, many organizations that were cut, but only Annie and Shauna, well, Shauna's were for HSC itself, but only Annie has brought forward these particular ones. And I think all of the others are valuable too. So why aren't we bringing those forward as
Well,
amendments?
you should have brought some forward if you thought they were valuable.
Well,
You had the ability to
But
do
that's
that.
what I'm saying.
All right, please address the chair.
I'm not saying anything negative about HSC. I'm suggesting our process needs to be more transparent.
Greg?
Can we call the question?
Yes, you can call the question. Do we need to call it? Does anyone else need to speak before we go to a vote on calling the question, or should we just go to a vote?
I'll remove calling the question.
Okay, all right. All those in favor of this increase for the ultimate reentry opportunity one-time OTR of $46,942, please raise your hand. 1, 2. Those opposed? Everyone else? That fails. Ann?
Yes, just as a note, on number 48, I'm withdrawing that one as of right now.
All right.
And I'd like to go to number 47, and we have Keith McCafferty here from Law New York to answer any questions. Do you want to?
All right, you're moving.
Number 47, HSC Law New York reentry project. This is target 25,000.
Is there a second? Seconded by Veronica. Go ahead, Ann.
Keith, could you tell us what this would be used for?
Sure, thank you. The $25,000 for Law New York's reentry program funds the cost of 20% of a full-time attorney who is doing reentry legal services work. That covers their salary, benefits, and the overhead expenses for that. And what this really is workforce development type work. And I'll give you just a couple quick examples of work we did this past year. We had a school district employee who wanted to transfer to a new position in the school district. That triggered a criminal background check by the state. The state found a conviction from over 20 years ago and told the school, not only can this person not transfer to the new position, you have to terminate them from employment completely. We appealed that through the state system, took many hours of work, and eventually got a successful outcome. The person was allowed to transfer into the new position. The school had no problem with this person. They thought they were a great employee. We had a similar situation this year with somebody who was working in a nursing home. Had the same thing happen. They wanted to transfer to a new position. State Department of Health did a background check, found a conviction from over 30 years ago, told the nursing home they had to fire this person. We got them reinstated in the new position. We had another person who was in their 30s, father with a spouse and a couple kids, who has had this criminal record keep showing up on background checks from when he was 17. Well, that record should have been sealed as a youthful offender status conviction. It wasn't sealed. The local town court made a mistake. We had to uncover all of that, go back work with the DA's office and the local court to get that fixed, and it's now sealed and it's not affecting his record. So those are the types of things that we're doing in order to help people secure better jobs, pay more taxes.
Okay, let's go back to Ann, then to Dan Klein.
Yeah, and I just wanted to explain for this one also, the other one too. This was in response, why I went back to look at those, is we had quite a lot of people here early on. It's been a lot of nights that we've been here for budgeting, but we had a lot of people here asking us to put back into our budget some of these services for reentry. So this is why I went back to take a look at it. I got some emails, I'm sure other people did. I got some phone calls about how important this is about helping people stay employed and not be unfairly and possibly illegally, fired from a job or not be able to, have a job because of their criminal record. So I think, to me, this is, I wanted to reinstate the $25 or 25,000.
Anyone else? Dan, I'm sorry.
No problem. I think you said that this funds about a quarter of the position. Is that what you said?
20%.
20%. Can you talk briefly about
where the rest of the money comes from?
Sure, and the county has funded us at this level for about 6 years now. That has really been the seed money that's helped us grow this program. So we have a contract with the IAED here in Ithaca to do provide these legal services to folks that are coming through their programs. Senator Webb got us some state funding from the Legal Services Assistance Fund. We also have some funding from the Legal Services Corporation, and this year we got a grant from the Park Foundation as well. To package that all together to cover a full-time attorney.
Thanks very much.
Donna, then Rich.
Yeah, I guess this question is for Maury, and we had talked about some similar situations whenever we were dealing with the Office of Human Rights and how, as a county, it is difficult for us to pay for legal fees because what it could be doing is actually providing representation in suing businesses, or, you know, it could be someone who's suing us as an employer, and there would be a conflict, was at one point the opinion of our attorney that we had many years ago. In the way that this role serves our community, if we're providing $25,000 for an attorney to represent individuals who might sue their employer, is this considered a gift, and would there be a conflict of interest from a legal standpoint?
If I could respond, we're not suing employers or the county. These issues are largely with the state that we're talking about, and with local courts in terms of correcting people's records and getting things sealed.
Okay, thank
you. In terms of the in terms of the questions, one is it a gift? The consistent position we've taken is that it's not a gift if it's pursuant to an established grant program or a contract with the county. So that addresses the gifting issue. In terms of who the attorney is pursuing, is there a conflict of interest there? If, for example, the county partially funds the position and then the person in the position is suing the county on behalf of a client. That type of thing comes up all the time. I think that, whether the county would want to put a condition on the grant that, that the person would not, that this person would not be used to, for example, bring actions against the county, that could be done in terms of whether the person in the position could sue employers in the community. That's a policy decision. Actually, both of those are policy decisions. There are circumstances where an entity has, or I mean, it would, I'd have to think hard to come up with a specific example, but it's not hard to imagine it happening. Is that is that entity X, for example, say New York City, is funding a legal services agency whose attorneys then sue the city on behalf of clients. That's a decision, that's a policy decision that they make to allow that, as opposed to it being a conflict of interest.
Rich John.
What happens if you don't get this money?
Well, it will reduce the services that we have available. We'll have probably 20% less work that we can do in the coming year. Hopefully we maybe move enough money around to keep a full-time attorney on the job, but we would definitely be reducing the services in Tompkins County.
Others? Ready to vote? On the amendment to add $25,000 in target for funds for Law New York Reentry Project Target, those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That fails.
Keith, thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
All right, who's next? Who wants to go next, or should we start at the top?
Could I move an improvised amendment while the HSC folks are still here?
Yes.
I will say I'm open to amendments to this amendment to reduce the dollar value, but in light of the description of the process and how we may be picking and choosing according to something other than the HSC's process, whether it's public input or otherwise, I would like to make a motion to add back $278,537 for
537?
for Human Services Coalition agencies, which would completely restore the reductions that were taken to account for the county administrator's requested reductions, which is about 25% of our dollars across the board. And that is a little less than the number you'll see in your budget book because we already added back the 16,000 and change for Downtown Ithaca Children's Center.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ann Corman. Discussion.
And other agencies and departments got cut by different amounts. But so if we want to do end up with, say, a 10% cut to the HSC agencies, I would be fine with that. We could reduce this amount we're adding back, but this way would be, per my understanding of everyone's preferences, completely fair among the agencies, and it would make things more fair between these. This would go to 16 agencies that support food security and we already did the child care, but health access, employment access, all these things that we have said, because it's true, are going to get harder in the coming years.
So Veronica, just to confirm that you're going forward with this figure of 278,537, right?
Yep, that's my proposal.
I want to speak to that. Dan Klein.
I wanted to ask the Human Services Coalition if we were to put a new number in, what would you do with that number? Would you go back through the process again and figure out a way to allocate it if it weren't the full 278,000?
Yes, I would anticipate that we would yes, that's what we would do. We would reconvene the committee and reallocate.
I would like to make an amendment to the amendment and change that number to $100,000.
Is there a second for the amendment to the amendment?
Is that friendly to you?
Yeah, that's friendly.
So it wouldn't
And friendly to the seconder. Ann?
Yes, so it wouldn't be an amendment.
So now the motion is for $100,000. Discussion on that. Dan?
Yeah, the cuts to Human Services Coalition agencies were deep, and I understand why in the context of our budget. So this would be an attempt to restore some of it, and that's my motivation.
Other comments? Ready to vote on the $100,000 to the Human Service Coalition. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That fails. All right, where do we go next? Go to the top? Shall we go to Amanda?
Oh, yeah, you guys are going to love this one.
Or do we, I'm just wondering, because we do have some staff here, do we want to do the ones that there's staff here for?
Well, this should take about
Weights and measures is
one of them. three minutes.
Okay. Oh, that's right, sorry.
I would move to remove $2,200 from the telephone and computer equipment lines from the Weights and Measures Department. As we discussed at their presentation, these lines are covered by the Highway Department, and they do not need this.
Is there a second? Seconded by Deborah. Deborah, that was a high second.
I love cutting things.
Any comments? You want to say anything more? Yes, Shawna?
I just want to check in with staff, make sure that that's okay and sounds good? Okay.
How about more? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Are there any opposed? That's unanimous.
A minute and 30 seconds.
Okay, who wants to go next?
Oh.
Donna?
Yeah, I would like to move Amendment 46 for a systems analyst for $112,124 that goes to Target. And I believe Lauren is here, and Kim?
Yes, Lauren's here. You're welcome to come up, Lauren. Is there a second?
I'm sorry.
46.
Veronica.
46, okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
You want to speak to it? Shauna?
I'm going to let Lauren, because he's the department head.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. As you may remember from our budget presentation, our 2023 FTE count was 16, and we are currently at 13. So we've done several IT assessments over the last couple of years, tabletops from multiple organizations, and they have identified a IT staff constraints risk. And I'll read the definition of the risk that we've gotten from those risk assessments. The risk encompasses insufficient personnel, expertise, or bandwidth to efficiently manage IT infrastructure, cybersecurity, and support needs. This can result from staff shortages, high turnover, budget limitations, skill gaps, or increased workload due to expanding IT demands. Limited IT resources can lead to delays in system maintenance, security patching, project execution, and incident response, increasing organizational risk. The potential impact: increased cybersecurity vulnerabilities, system downtime, project delays, decreased efficiency, employee burnout, and difficulty maintaining compliance with regulatory standards. And so that's how they define the risk. So we've had those risks from a company called NICETech, Department of Homeland Security, and a security company that we work with often called Orion. So happy to answer any questions. This would add another full-time FTE to our staff.
Shauna?
Yeah, the reason why I found this compelling was the fact that we have expanded our staff quite a bit over the years. And the one thing that we haven't done a great job of is expanding our support staff, including ITS. I know that we added an accountant and human resources over the past few years. And, you know, the main theme whenever I went to NICEC as a board member was that in the upcoming year, 2 years, we're really going to see a huge hit to our cybersecurity. And so I think, you know, it's going to be a huge investment, but it's also going to be a huge danger if we're not protected and if we don't have the staff hired to get us out of a bind if we do end up getting hacked or if we get ransomware or whatever installed.
Other comments? Greg, then Randy?
Lauren, you're just not supporting Tompkins County either, right? I mean, you have a long list of, can you maybe rattle that off too?
Sure, we have a lot of shared service initiatives. We support all the public safety in Tompkins County, towns and villages. We also support Laserfish in most of the municipalities as well. So those are our two larger initiatives. And, you know, a few of the other increased workloads over the last few years have been remote work. Obviously, the department moves recently, center of government, increased cyber threats, as you all are aware of, and the AI explosion.
Yeah, thank you for that. I personally don't think this is the time to not be investing in our IT infrastructure. You know, I've had my share of shots at ITS over the budget years. I just don't think this is one of the years to take them. So I think we should be supporting this.
Randy?
Yes, Lauren, is this the second analyst that we'll be funding for 2020?
That is correct.
Okay.
Rich?
I take the points made about the cybersecurity threats. It's just so much money. I'm wondering, would a halftime position help you?
We've really struggled to do halftime positions. Those are hard to recruit for. And to be quite honest with the cybersecurity threats, they're 24/7. So, you know, Kim and I are always on call. Lillian, our information security analyst roles around the clock. One of these positions would be focused on succession planning for our information security analyst.
Okay. I think I'd want to support it, but I just can't in this budget year. Sorry.
Anyone else? Ready to vote? On $112,124 for a systems analysis, that's target for the Information Technology Service Department. Those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That carries 9-5.
Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to go to Randy Brown?
I'm ready.
I'll bet you are.
This is ID number 52. For rural libraries, I'm requesting an increase of funding by $20,000 to be split evenly with the 5 rural libraries. And those libraries are in Groton, Lansing, Newfield, Dryden, Teaburg. It's about $48,000 a year would be supporting each of them. I met with our librarian in Newfield, and I can't say I know a lot about the other libraries, but what they did with this funding was unique. There are very few after-school programs for middle school people, and so they extended their hours and have an after-school system for middle school kids. They work with the school actually brings the kids there, and then the parents can pick them up there, so they're always under some type of supervision, and it's been well attended and it's growing, so that's why I'm requesting for the funds.
I think we need a second. Seconded by Travis. Discussion. Greg, then Amanda.
Yeah, I think we continue to make strong investments in our central library, and I hope, everybody who talked about the importance of our Tompkins County Public Library also understands equally the rural library and the important role that they play throughout the county. This should be a pretty easy one to say yes to.
Amanda?
Well, the old question of, is this like target and they will be getting it onward, or next year it'll be reevaluated?
It's target, but of course it would say it's always reevaluated.
So it's target.
Whatever that means. Why do we keep asking?
So I think the question is, I believe last year you did the same. You gave them 20,000. This year, giving them 20,000. The idea is, if you want us to roll that into the number. So some of those smaller organizations have some fixed allocations, and in terms of adjustment and cuts, we don't really do a blanket cut to everybody, depending on the program. So, for example, at the library, we did not cut anything from their budget. So if I think my understanding, trying to, if we are capturing this number as an increase in the allocation on an annual basis before any adjustments are considered.
Randy, then Deborah.
My intent is not to continue to ask for this money, to set this as their base. So,
Deborah.
Thank you. I think our libraries are terrific. But I don't think this is the year to be adding to libraries and funding libraries more. I mean, we're looking at how to keep people fed, housed, and seen by doctors. And as much as I am a fan of our libraries, and particularly the rural libraries, I can't support this, even though it's a small amount of money. We look at these things, they're small amounts of money. You add them all up, and we've spent more on these small amounts of money than we just spent on $123,000 for a systems analyst, where people are saying, oh man, that's too much. Pay attention to what you're adding on to this and what it's adding up to. So with apologies to Sarah, who I really appreciate, I just can't support this.
I wanted to speak and say that I much like Deborah and Randy, I strongly support our rural libraries. In the process, and it's been a good one for the last few years, the rural libraries have got together and they've made an ask to us. And this year they didn't ask us for an increase. And I think they understand the pressure we're under. And so because of that, and not that I wouldn't like to give them a little extra money because they can use it, they make a little bit of money go so far, I'm not going to be able to support it this year. Lee.
I will mention that the Groton Public Library, a good portion of what is going out there is supporting food programs. It's become a de facto pantry, and it also has expanded as a community hub and does house our Community Justice Center outreach program, so that it's beyond just the library programs. There's a number of human services related programs that these funds go to support there, in addition to books and programs.
Anyone else? Shauna?
Yeah, you're right, Mike. All of the libraries do really special work in our community, and I've tried to stay really consistent as far as not, I did not support the position that was offered by Susan the other night, and last year I didn't support the $20,000 going over to the rural libraries, not because they don't deserve it, because they certainly do. But tonight I'll vote against this.
Dan Klein.
I just want to add to that list that Lee mentioned of providing food and such. They also provide telehealth locations for rural residents that may not have another spot to get on the internet and visit with their doctor.
Travis Brooks.
When we're talking about middle school, high school students, I know, because I've spent my life working with this age group, there isn't much in the city, there isn't much in the rural community, and when we have young people with nothing to do, they find things to do, and it's usually things that get them in trouble. It's usually things that we don't want them to do, and more often than not, it's things that cost more money down the road later to fix. I want to support this. I think it needs to be supported. And so I'm going to vote yes. And maybe after this one, there seems to be some things on here that will reduce this amount of money that's hitting this tax levy. Maybe we can get to some of those to see what we're actually looking at.
Mike Sigler.
No, I just wanted to say I wanted to thank the town of Lansing for supporting its library through an actual dedicated tax. It is an essential feature of Lansing, our library. And I mean, our affordable housing that was built had a little bit of a rough start, but it certainly has settled. And I think, and there are, I believe, like 80 children in that affordable housing complex, which is pretty much directly across the street from the library. The library in Lansing is one of the things that I think is the most used, and it is a central point of the town. So. Yeah, and I'm actually looking for a little bit of equity. I mean, we spend a lot of money on the Tompkins County Public Library. So I don't think this is too much to ask. Like, you know, what is it, 4K divided by 5, 20 divided by 5, 4K, I don't think is too much to ask for a little bit of equity. So thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, on the amendment to add $20,000 target funding for the rural libraries to be divided among the 5 rural libraries. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. That passes. Veronica?
Oh, hi, yeah, amendment number 50, I'd like to move. It is $13,109 in target, nice little amount that would partially restore local share funding to our county's soil and water conservation district.
We have a second? Seconded by Randy.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so we heard in their presentation, the local share, we fund the Soil and Water Conservation District every year. They're recommended a 10% cut this year, and of that, the district was able to make up a bunch of it through partly changing health insurance plans and other things. But part of the cut, this 13,109, there wasn't room in their budget, and so where it would come from, our money does a lot of the supporting just the salaries of the people, and then they bring in millions of other dollars for actual conservation flood control, like farm waste control and such projects. If the budget as is would require taking this 13,000 away from the actual conservation projects, which would be unfortunate because those local dollars going there essentially get multiplied a bunch by the grant programs that that these all get largely funded through. And it would be moved from there to salaries for the people. So I'm proposing this in hopes to not take that away, and an appreciation that the district is just working things around to eat the rest of the cut.
Ann Corman.
Yeah, just to reemphasize that they need a small local share for some of the grants that they get. And so just restoring this partially with this 13,000, this is leveraged, quite a bit for their dollars. And soil and water actually could do a lot more in the community. We've seen with climate change, flooding, all kinds of resiliency projects. And I don't know if folks know about like soil and water. Not only do they help municipalities, infrastructure throughout the county, all kinds of infrastructure, and they also, you can use them as a resource for your own private property. So agencies use them anyway. So they support a lot of different projects. I know in my district, they've helped the municipalities with, evaluating some various drainage after rain events because houses are now getting flooded that weren't getting flooded before. So they have to redo that infrastructure. So their expertise in being able to pull in millions of dollars into this community, so I hope folks can support this. It's just, I know we're adding to it, but it's 13,000 that can leverage quite a lot more.
Randy.
Yeah, we went to a conference and with a lot of other soil and water entities and from counties. And what this county has is a lot of experienced people with a lot of expertise, and they've been writing a lot of grant requests and doing very well with them. I sent one around recently where they got over a $2 million grant. That was initiated by staff here in Tompkins County, and they're getting more and more grants, but then it's difficult to manage them. So in some of these grants pay for some staffing and some don't. So that's part of the issue here. So.
Others? Ready to vote? On the amendment of $13,109 to Soil and Water Conservation District for partial restoration of local share funding. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope, something's wrong. Let me see those in favor again, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's right. Greg, you got to put your hand up higher sometimes. Thank you. That carries. Dan?
Thank you. I'd like to move amendment number 36 to County Youth Services for a 3% increase in the Municipal Youth Services Program, also known as the Rural Youth Services Program, for the amount of $15,171.
Is there a second? Seconded by Travis. Discussion. Go ahead.
We do have Kate Shanks Booth, Director of County Youth Services, with us. If there's any questions, what I would just say is this is a program that operates in every town in the county except for the city of Ithaca. These youth workers, there's a lot of sweat in it and not a lot of money. They have a fairly high turnover rate because of the lack of money. These are important programs to the youth in the towns. As Travis was saying before, there's not a lot to do out there in the rural areas, and so that's why I'm supporting this.
Greg, then Sean. I'm sorry, Shauna was first, then Greg.
I don't care. Go ahead.
I was just going to say I got several compelling letters from members within my community on the impact that these programs have made in their, or the opportunity to have space and time or whatever the case may be for their child, and how it, helped them come out of their shell or be more social or be more comfortable with, other individuals. Just, again, we really need to be thinking about our entire community. Not that I don't love the city of Ithaca, but there's so much more to Tompkins County, and we need to just be mindful of that. And I think this is a nominal way to support our youth, which is the same reason we made the investment in the library and the rural libraries just a minute ago.
Shauna?
Thank you. Because of COVID, our kids are definitely stunted. 2 years probably was taken away from their lives, and we're seeing that through mental health issues, kids not being able to socialize, kids being glued to their phone. And if we could do whatever we can do, we're talking about what, $15,000 here, to keep kids out of their houses, involved in the community, involved in activities, out of trouble, then that is a very, very, very small investment in our children and in their future. And I think, from a preventative standpoint, if we could catch kids while they're growing up and give them mentors and strong people that they could look up to and learn from, it's going to have a lasting impact for the rest of their life. So this is a small, very small price to pay.
Randy.
Yeah, thank you for bringing this forward, Dan. And this doesn't cover their rising cost. This is just going to kind of keep their head above water because their costs have exceeded much more than this. One of the things that Rural Youth Services done there in every town except for, I think, Trumansburg now, because I think they're doing their own thing. And they're doing a lot of camps in the summer. And that's a really good daycare program for a lot of people. They got no place else to take kids. And it is difficult to employ people long-term. A lot of turnover in these positions because they don't get paid well. And luckily their benefits are covered by the state.
Rich?
As we listen to each of these proposals, they're all worthy, and we can talk about them being worthy all day long. I'm looking at 6.44% on the screen. I have voted for every budget, so I'm reluctantly saying no to these projects, but I will not support.
Anyone else? All right, let's take a vote on $15,171, which is a 3% increase to the Municipal Youth Services. And all those in favor of that amendment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Those opposed? 3. That carries.
Mike,
yes.
Could we do the ones next that might change that number in a different direction? Do we have some propositions on here?
What would you like to move? Who wants to move what? Give me an idea.
Deborah wants to move her speaking.
No, I do not wish to move mine until the very end, because what I am seeing here tonight is that if I move something that saves money, y'all are just going to vote, oh, good, let's spend more. So no, I'm saving mine till the end. Thank you very much.
Ann? Is that something you wanted to, is there something particular you want to do?
You could move it.
Well, what I'd like to move something. It's not that. Can I?
Well, okay, we got,
I suggest we go down the list.
all right, we got to move something. Let's just go continue down the list. Dan?
Okay, I'd like to move
37.
Amendment 37 to the County Office for the Aging, funds to accommodate the increased costs of providing programs from their Lansing office, $50,000. And if I get a second, I'll explain a little more. This one's a little unusual in
Randy,
how it's structured. Thank you. Okay, so what I'm proposing is what we used to call one-time multi-year, which is a funny phrase. So it'd be $50,000 each year for 3 years. I'm also proposing that it come out of the building reserve, which we have set aside, if I remember correctly, $9 million for the center of government. The reason I'm proposing that it come out of that is because, in my opinion, the extra costs they might face are the result of the center of government construction project. So that's my thinking behind it. The other thing I would say is when Lisa Monroe, the director of the Office for the Aging, gave her budget presentation, she talked about this move to Lansing. What she said was, we don't know what we don't know, which is meaning she does not know what the extra cost might be from that move. And the other thing I would say is that what I've been saying, along with this move of COFA out of town, which, as we know, a number of residents are concerned about, is that the County Office for the Aging will do what they need to do to provide services to everyone in the county that should be getting these services. And if that means traveling to people's homes, if that means doing pop-up locations, whatever it takes, that's what they're going to do. And Lisa has said, yes, that's whatever we're going to do. There may be extra costs associated with those activities. And so that's why I'm asking to designate this money. If that doesn't come to light, if COFA does not use these extra funds, then we have not raised the tax levy. We don't have to worry about anything. The money just sits there in the fund balance or in a reserve where it is right now. So it's, in a way, so it is it's tax neutral. Thank you.
Shauna?
I, for one, don't think COFA should be moving. I know that's not on the table to be debated, but I would be open to, if you were to make that a blanket, just whatever department moves over, whether it's COFA or not, I would be open to that. I guess my question is, though, is that why do we have to allocate it to move it to contingent? Because the reality is it's going to move in November or December anyway, and we're going to have to vote for it again. So why would we do it in this budget process?
It's not contingent that I'm moving it, proposing that it moves to.
Right, but it's going to move out of the construction or the capital fund for the center of government. I'm totally fine with that. I think that's a very good idea, but I'm just wondering why we would need to budget that, because we could just do it anyway.
Yes, we could do it anyway, or at the time, if COFA wanted to make a request, the legislature would vote on it. That is the other option, but I would like to just sort of put the fence around it, as somebody said the other night.
Would you be open to amending it to whatever department moves for us doing that?
Yes. Can you say a little more, though? Would it be $50,000 per department?
No, I think 50,000 total for that building. But I think up to 50,000.
Up to 50,000 is good, and yes, I would support.
That way, it's
amendment.
just assumed it will pay for whatever departments are going to move to that building.
Yes, I do like that.
Amanda, then me.
I'm not sure I have anything to add. I appreciate this change to saying it could be for whichever department might move up there, and we still, I think, after last night, have to have a conversation about which department it will be. But having talked to Lisa Monroe and, the folks there, I think this could be a way of sort of assuring them that we are looking after them. If it does end up being COFA, this could help take away some of that extra challenge that they might face.
Online? Just want to point out that Lisa Monroe is online if we have questions. We appreciate her being here. I'm sorry? Shauna's amendment. We're talking about Shauna's amendment.
Which I found friendly.
Was it, and the question was, you said you found it friendly?
Yeah.
So, was
Randy,
it
you had
friendly
said-
to the seconder?
Randy?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. I just wanted to speak and say, I don't like the idea of using the capital project for things that we're going to have to pay money for 30 years for something like moving expenses for buildings. We don't have enough in the 9 million to go very far with the project at this point. We're going to have to take a strong look at it. But I'd be kind of interested right now to wonder what county administration feels about this. And also, based on the discussion in the public we heard from last night on privilege of the floor, is this group going to reopen the discussion about which departments move and which ones move up there? And if this, with the amendment we've got on the floor, does that mean we give money to the Department of Assessment, for example, if we've already decided that they're going up there? So, I guess that's my question on the amendment, Shauna.
I mean, I think in my mind, I had that it was to cover moving expenses.
No.
But if that's not the case, then it wouldn't. I mean, I'm not sure what it would look like to transfer to other departments. Because, I mean, ideally, the department that should be in that building are non-forward-facing departments, which, quite honestly, might not need the $50,000 for programming.
Corsa, do you have any comments for us?
I think one thing that I would say is that our department heads and their staff are very creative, and they always find a way to provide their services. Yesterday, I was informed by Lisa and her team through their own search internal and processes, they're able to identify resources for us to buy a vehicle for them with grants money. We have a bunch of very creative people that can deliver their services no matter how we provide, if we allow them to expose their creativity around their services. They understand their programs. One of the questions that I asked COFA staff, one of the questions that I asked COFA staff is, what will be the negative impact of this move if you go to Lansing? And the response was, as we made COVID work, we will make it work. And we will be able to provide the services no matter where we are. I have a lot of trust and confidence in the team that we have, and I believe given the opportunity, they will find ways to provide the best service possible. So I would say let's have trust in our team, that we understand the program we deliver, we understand the people we serve, and we will always deliver when the need arises. And I think we don't have a gap that we are currently identifying in the expenses to allocate this funding to. That is why we have contingency. So if you're looking to put the money in, I would suggest you put it in contingency, and then if the need arises, we fund it. Also, that is in line with why we have quite a bigger contingency budget this year to support our department, some of them for these moves that we are going to be coming, that had been going to come down. I think we made Green Street work. Maury and his team are excited on the first floor. They make it work. IT is excited on the third floor at OJ, and they're making it work. And I think we can make it work, no matter what the case may be. So if there's a gap that has been identified, we will find a way to fill it. COFA is one of the most creative departments that I know. They always look for resources anywhere they can find it to deliver their services, and I have so much confidence in Lisa and her team that there's not going to be decline of support and services to the people that depend on that department if they move on, if whatever decision that you make around it.
Thank you. Deborah?
Yeah, I don't understand. Dan, you're not suggesting that this is money we're going to use for moving expenses. You're trying to address any additional expenses for providing the program.
Correct.
Okay. So, so regardless of how administration is paying for moving expenses, that's kind of irrelevant here. I do think, however, that this is premature for a couple of reasons. First of all, because it sounds like we're still not sure which department we're moving up there. I sensed a lot of appetite last night for a reconsideration of that. And secondly, I should think that this amount of money is fairly small compared to the total amount of our contingent fund that's budgeted and recommended. So why would we not just take it out of there?
Let's see. Dan, I'm back to you, I guess.
Yeah, so I want to address a couple of things you brought up because they were already on my list. Shauna's amendment, which improved my amendment, is it's whichever department. So yes, if COFA doesn't go up there, then it shifts to whichever one it does. Why contingency? Why am I asking for the building reserve versus contingency? Is because we already have the building reserve. Whatever goes in contingency raises that number. So it raises the tax number. That's why I'm asking for it out of building reserve. If it doesn't get used, it has no effect on the tax levy. If it does get used, it has no effect on the tax levy. So that's why I'm asking for it from building reserve. And then finally, I just wanted to clarify, Mike, I'm not sure I heard you say this, so I'm not sure if this is what you said, but this is not debt money. You said something about money coming out of long-term debt. This is not long-term debt. This is money that's already in the reserve waiting to be used.
Okay, if that's the case, I stand corrected. Ann?
Yeah, I do think if whatever department goes up there and they ask for something, I would entertain it at that point. So in other years, maybe this wouldn't be a big deal, but to put something where they haven't even asked yet, I think maybe just, I think Corsa's hearing this loud and clear to be able to pass that on, that we want to make whatever department goes there be accessible. So we can see if if there's a need later, I'd be willing to look at it.
I did want to give Lisa Monroe an opportunity to comment if she wanted to. She doesn't have to. It's up to her.
I don't have any comment. I'm just listening in if anybody has any questions, so thank you.
Thank you for being here, Lisa.
You're welcome.
All right, are we ready to vote on this one? Remember, the friendly amendment has made this for any department that's moving $50,000 one time to come from the capital reserve account.
It's multi-year too.
I'm sorry?
It's also a multi-year request.
A year?
Oh, one-time multi-year. Okay. Daryl.
Wasn't sure if I needed to add this. So the building reserve Dan's speaking of, sorry, Legislator Klein.
Dan, please.
Yeah, I believe is the capital reserve, and I don't know that I would feel comfortable using an increase to cover increase of program expenses. The capital reserve is designated for capital purchases, and I do understand that it's an increase of expenses due to us moving due to the center of government, but I would suggest saving it for the capital piece of the program rather than offsetting program increases due to the moving.
Thank you for that comment. I think that's sort of what I was trying to say. Dan Nolan.
So just to confirm, this is not for moving? Because if it was for moving, I could see that it is like, the necessary and incidental test where, it helps in the creation of the capital asset and therefore you could use it. But this is for program mitigate. I just want to clarify. And second clarifying question to you guys, if that's okay. Is this funded by bond proceeds? I know that someone mentioned it. I didn't hear a straight yes or no.
So I think we haven't borrowed yet against the center of government.
Oh, yes, you did mention that.
Yes, we set aside funding last year for the capital project. I think as a down payment about $9 million, and that's where Dan is talking about. I think we are looking to buy that building from that fund and replenish it after we sell it off, if we decide to sell it off. So there is a significant amount of cost that will be coming out of that. So we have made, we know there will be some adjustment that need to be made, and that will be, we intend paying for those building improvement on that building from that, so that we can capture the full cost within our capital expenses.
Dan Klein.
Can you tell us where the costs for moving the departments that have happened so far have come from?
So far, we haven't really incurred any significant costs. We've been able to pay for the move with an existing operational budget for facilities and things like that. So basically, the key thing that we've really done for the move is painting. And we already have those paints available that we plan for to use them. So we haven't incurred any costs at all. And none of our department has worked weekend. They just work extra to get all of us move around. And we haven't incurred any overage at all.
Okay. It's my understanding that when we talk about the total project cost, that it was including all the moving expenses and whatever was necessary to make the departments function in their new places. So, Darrell, if it's your judgment that what I'm requesting is not falls under that category, then I will accept that. I just want to confirm one more time. So, do we have a misunderstanding about what that money was not for all the expenses incurred in moving departments around?
I think it depends on how you want to word it. If you want to move the expenses due to painting and all that to the capital project of center government, which is already funded by reserves from you guys can do a resolution and move more of the capital reserve into that project at any point. If that's what you're talking about, I would caution against any salary expenses, because you don't want to move those out of the general fund where they're at, because those are operating expenses. But if you're talking painting and it depends on exactly what expenses you're talking about. And I would suggest having them charged to the capital project rather than covering it with reserves in the general fund, I guess is what I was trying to state.
So I think the bottom line is that we will make it work, no matter how the case may be. And I've been having constant conversation with Ariel in terms of any overage or any additional expenses that he's seeing in terms of the move. And it's working okay. We haven't seen any significant cost yet. And I think at Dutch Mill, very minimal amount of money is going to be spent. I think it's less than 10,000, I believe what Ariel said. So we can accommodate those small expenses. We are not seeing any significant cost. I think my understanding for your amendment is operational expenses or program expenses if it's going to go up. And we work with the department all the time about that. If they're seeing any increases, they come to county admin, we sit down, we evaluate their expenses and see if there are places that they can squeeze funds out. COVA is fantastic with looking at the area of funding sources that they have and making determination where to move items to all the time to make sure the county's out-of-pocket is less. And I think Lisa is already planning additional gigabyte tickets that she needs to procure and all those pieces. And I think programmatically, we are factoring that into our 2026 budget, and I think we will be comfortable.
Daryl, I'm not as financially literate as I could be, so I didn't completely understand your answer. Let me ask a hypothetical to help me understand. Suppose a department, we're moving to make way for this construction, we're moving to a new office, and we were going to rent that office. Would you feel like that expense would be eligible for the reserve fund?
If renting a space is what needs to happen for the center of government, that expense could be charged to the center of government project. To say that to cover that with the reserve is not the way I would word it. I would word it as covering the project with the reserve. And if you charge it, it's semantics, but
how would you word it in this, setting if someone were to do that? If that situation was happening?
Norma, do you have a suggestion?
I do, actually. I think that right now, we have a decent contingent fund. I think what Lisa is looking for is to know that if she runs into trouble, speaking for you, Lisa, if she runs into trouble with being able to get transportation for seniors to and from, if she realizes that she's running short on additional program expenses that she needs because of the location that they're in, she wants to make sure that there's funding for that. That is something that they can come to the contingent fund and request anytime during the year when they see that they're running a shortfall. They come in and they say,
I understand that.
Okay.
But those are not capital expenses.
But they're not, no, they're operating expenses. But I think, and I see she popped in, and that was what she was looking for help with.
I am trying to make it so that we're designating that money now instead of having to come and request it and be subject to a vote in the future.
Lisa, did you want to say something?
No, thank you.
Okay, then we're going to go to Dan Nolan.
I think I can clear this up a little bit based on your question, Dan. There's a standard bond counsel often will use called necessary and incidental, meaning that there are expense items that you're allowed to purchase with capital funds, be it bond or otherwise, as long as it contributes to the creation of said capital asset. It can't be an ancillary effect of the project, right? So if, what you're stating and what I think Darryl was getting at is that this is a result of the project, but it's not a necessary result of the project. Like it may happen, it may not happen. And also it could happen anyway for other number of reasons as well. This is why I asked the question about moving. Moving is necessary in order to create the building. You can't have the building without a move. So some stuff that you're normally able to not spend capital money on, you're able to spend capital money on if it contributes to the creation of said asset because it kind of builds into the cost of said asset. So does that answer your question?
A little. Based on the thoughts of the finance director, I'm going to withdraw the amendment. And if going forward, somebody can help be creative and figure out a way to accomplish what it is I'm trying to accomplish, I would appreciate that assistance. Thank you.
Is that friendly with the seconder? The original seconder was who?
Randy Brown.
Randy, is that okay with you?
Yes, it is.
All right, it's withdrawn. All right, let's go to Travis Brooks.
Keeping consistent with what I've been saying throughout this budget process, I am going to withdraw number 41 and focus on 28.
Well, go ahead on 28 then.
All right. 28 is to restore funding for the year 2 of the Sunflower House at $45,000. Before you think about what I'm saying, let me finish my thought.
I need a second.
Oh, sorry about that.
Seconded by Greg.
All right. I don't believe that the Sunflower House is a sustainable project. But at this point in time, we don't have a replacement. We don't have something else to replace that type of housing with. And so I don't feel like we can go without funding it, especially at this time. I'm hoping over the next year, some work can be done through OAR to find some other funding. I know when you all first approved this, it was a 3-year deal. It's now turned into a 5-year deal. I feel like it's going to be something that we're stuck with indefinitely. I think that the model is flawed, and that's why it's not sustainable. And to be honest, I don't like when people are advocating for it and they make it seem like if we don't vote for it, we don't care about folks that are in this situation. I think that's really unfair to you all, because I know how much you do care about the folks in this community. But we don't have a replacement. We don't have another option. And so it is the next best thing on the table right now. So I am hoping that we can get enough votes to fund it for this year, or for 2026.
Deborah, then Grandy, then Greg.
Yeah, I'm supporting this. I don't love it, but I understand it's an important piece of our housing puzzle and our reentry puzzle. I will say that I hope that we as a legislature and Human Services Coalition as our partner in these endeavors will make it clear to OAR that they need to make visible efforts to find alternative sources of funding for this, because my perception is that once we started funding this, we told them it was temporary, and they said, yeah, and they have made little effort that I can see to find another source of funding. There has to be a deadline on this one, and I'm willing to fund it this year for 2026, and probably because we committed to 3 years for 2027. But as far as I'm concerned, that's a hard stop.
Mike Sigler, then Veronica Pillar.
I was just going to say,
I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry, Greg, you were next, excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
I got some information from Dave Sanders, and I agree with my colleague's comments. This is I don't want to say cheap, because that cheapens it. This is a inexpensive and
cost-effective.
Thank you, cost-effective. That's the consulting term I was looking for. Cost-effective and very safe way to help alleviate our housing issues. They average, I think, $10 to $12 per day per resident. If you look at some of the costs, and again, they put these numbers together, but they're as high as 60 to 80, up to 130 something, depending on hotel room costs. So this is a very cost-effective way to house individuals that need housing. But unfortunately, the model is not entirely sustainable without continued county support. So I do think that until we have a better solution to offer ourselves, we should continue to support this.
Now Mike Sigler.
I was just going to say I'm going to vote for this. We did make a commitment to it. In the future, I wouldn't actually object to seeing this brought under some type of county agency and making this part of the county housing as opposed to an outside agency doing it. It certainly is very cost effective. That may make it less cost effective if we do that, but it certainly does serve a need. I would like to think that it's serving people who may have been incarcerated, who are from here and have family ties here and have, a history in Tompkins and are trying to make a better history for themselves here in Tompkins than one they had before. So,
Veronica?
Yeah, I'm going to support this too for the reasons others have stated. I think that Sunflower House has been, in terms of like the outcomes for its residents, a success overall. And I hear the concern about like the model not being sustainable and the, wanting to cut them off if they don't have or I guess if they don't look very hard for other sources of funding. And I agree that we don't see what searches they may or may not been doing super clearly, so we could get more communication on that. But also, and I think Travis kind of got at this point, as the county, we don't have another option for the kind of housing and support for reentering people who are ready to buckle down and work in the way that, in this case, the AR people can support. Or at least I know there's these other small supportive housing projects. We certainly don't have enough of it. So I think that it's only be fair to say we're cutting you off in a couple years if from county funding, if you haven't tried to figure something else out. If the county also is trying, if the county has figured something else out on our end, because all these people are gonna, without support, people spiral downward and come back, and we pay a lot more money for various emergency services. Same deal with Endeavor House, by the way, which OIR also runs, and I'm unclear with all the budget changes, to what extent that is at risk. Sorry, I haven't found out before, I'll try to, but there's not another option for the people who live there. So I might be coming back with another request in 2 weeks, sorry. But in the meantime, yeah, Sunflower House is absolutely filling a niche that is needed.
Rich?
Travis, at the beginning, you said you're withdrawing the other amendment for College Initiative Upstate. Is that, I wasn't clear, was that funded or not funded in the budget?
Not funded in the budget.
And I thought we had been funding that at a higher amount.
I don't know, we're talking about the Sunflower House now.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe Cindy can clarify that.
Yeah, I'm just struggling between the two. They're both so hard. But I don't know that we have a really good alternative for Sunflower House, as everybody said. So I'm not sure how I'm going to vote on that, but okay.
Yeah,
Ann?
maybe it would help if.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I have to check these numbers with Dave Sanders, but I believe that College Initiative Upstate used to be a separate and distinct funding line within this, but it got incorporated into their target funding in 2023.
Okay, so when they took a general cut, it cut College Initiative Upstate. What impact do you know?
That's their choice.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't step on. I'm going to bring this back because I'd like to understand this, but let's get through Sunflower House.
Ann Corman.
Thanks, Mike. So I know many of us have taken tours over there and talked to the residents. I mean, this program and this housing is absolutely life-changing for these people, and they are so grateful to have this opportunity, at least every single person that I talk to. And this really does change lives to help them be on a better path and help them do that more independently with a little support. But these are people often that are out working in the community and trying to get back on their feet. And so stable housing, and they support each other too. And I think it's, so it's, as people know often from these type of housing, they're really learning from each other. The people have been there longer or been through the program before. They're helping the other folks there. So that's really, admirable for these people to help each other. And I think in some ways this is a bargain because the direct staff, especially the amount of hours they put in, if we were to put county employees in there, it would cost us a lot more because we'd have to pay them for every hour they worked.
That's right.
or pay them for time they go in there in the evenings or nights or whenever. They're helping these folks, so it's real, whenever they need to be helped. And it's really a labor of love, I would say, that they're doing that. So I definitely will support this.
I note that Dave Sanders is on Zoom. Dave, did you want to make a comment?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Wonderful. Yes, we have been working extremely hard to find alternative monetary resources. There are 2 grants that we've written through OTDA, Office of Temporary Disabilities, provides housing funding. They provided housing funding for us since this program's begun. They had an enhanced funding that was available over the summer. We handed that in at the end of August. I'm not quite sure the time frame, but hopefully within the next month or 2, we'll figure that out. The program costs about $160,000 to $170,000. So we've definitely been getting outside resources to keep it going to the best that we can. I do want to add, the program is at the quality that it is because of the person who actually manages it. So I want to make sure we understand that the person who runs it was in Sunflower House and now manages Sunflower House. And I think that kind of credibility allows this person to work with people that no one else can, and why we have the outcomes that we have, which are absolutely phenomenal. Currently, 91% of the people in our housing program have jobs. And that's an incredible statistic, because with employment, you have power and you have choice, and you can find housing outside at some particular points. So the program's going really well. I don't think it's a forever county ask. I appreciate the $45,000 for the next 3 years. I think that gives us time to look for different resources. I don't want to compromise the program by going and getting maybe ESHI funding. I want to keep the program the way that it is, so it might be a little bit more difficult, but I think we should be fine in the next year and a half finding different resources.
Okay, are we ready to vote? Corsa, did you have something?
I just wanted to check with Dave, the individuals eligible for THA?
Dave, did you hear Corsa?
Well, yeah, since they're working, they would not be.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. On the amendment by Travis Brooks to give $45,000 to support Sunflower House, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's unanimous.
We missing somebody?
We had to step away.
All right, we're going to take our break now. And let's be back at, by 25 after.
I was too. But her,
I don't want a female doctor.
we don't change. You know, the money's already
Okay, folks,
going here. We zero it
back
out.
in session.
If we need it, we just take some down.
I want to point out that we were given a letter this afternoon about our budget process from 5 prospective incoming members of the Tompkins County Legislature, of course, subject to the voters' approval for those. And I just want to thank that group of 5, Irene Weiser, Judith Hubbard, Iris Packman, Adam Vinson, and John Hunt, for their comments. I think everybody has a copy of those. Also, I think Deborah might have a little bit of news and might want to propose an amendment.
It's not an amendment so much. Maybe this news should come from Rich John as chair of the IDA.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Happy moment.
She defers to Rich John.
Thank you, Deborah, because I like giving good news. We got the $25,000 for the housing study from the IDA. So,
So thank you, IDA, and we can knock that massive amount off the tax levy.
All right.
So we don't have to do an
what?
amendment for that, right? All right.
Well, I did offer an amendment, and I guess we don't really need to vote on it because I just want admin and finance to know that the IDA will be paying for it. Thank you.
All right. Okay, going down the list, we're to Rich John, emergency response, reduced support for security officer positions, minus 200,000.
yeah, I think this got short-circuited yesterday by the resolution we passed, and I guess I'd put it out for any comment, but we passed a resolution funding for the remainder of the year, and positions could actually be hired. What this amendment would do would be to reduce the amount available in 26. It didn't seem like that was anywhere near the will of my colleagues here. So, correct, okay. I'm going to withdraw that.
That's withdrawn. And I'm sorry, Dan, I skipped over your item here. Item 30, cooperative extension, restore 5% cut made in 2025 budget, 37,960 on target.
Mr. Chair, there are 2 amendments that deal with cooperative extension, and I would request that the other one go first, which is the final one on our sheet of paper.
It's the final one on the second sheet of paper.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Randy, you're being requested.
Mike, before we get there, I would also say I would withdraw number 42.
All right.
Point of order, I would actually like to bring 42 forward at some point.
Well, you're welcome to move it at some point, but let's,
Okay.
We're dealing with the cooperative extension items, Dan, and Randy, I guess. Randy, Dan is asking that you move 56, reinstate core funding, 72,123 for cooperative extension.
Yes, thank you. And Cynthia from CC may be on Zoom. I sent her the link, and so she might be out there somewhere.
I believe she is.
So I sent around an email to all the legislators, as well as information that I requested after meeting with CCE on, you know, what the impact of not funding this is, but also just to understand really, you know, what it is that we're funding. So we're really funding the core, and that's really what the New York State law does.
I'm sorry, I need a second. Seconded by Dan.
Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt.
And I just want to go through some of this stuff. So CC has 64 full-time people. The county pays for about 10 of them. They have 17 part-time people. And they have over 400 volunteers, the largest volunteer organization in the county by far. And also, I'd say half of them are senior citizens or retired people. So that's a very active thing for them. I also sent around was all the issue leader qualifications showing the core that you're funding. And also the CC received 29 grants in 2025 of around $3 million. So well above, about 3 times or 4 times what we're funding them. The impact of not funding them is additional funding loss of over $30,000 to them. As I stated on the email I sent to everybody, of course, I am the only legislature right now on the CC board, but I've immersed myself in it. I met with 2 legislatures early on in the process, and they filled me in on the challenges at CC, and they were absolutely correct when they did. I appreciated that. But since then, they've turned it around completely. And they have a really strong core and a good mission. And their finances are really transparent. And in this process, what's really good about what's happening with the finances at CC now is they've identified every issue area in every grant program, and there are dozens, to identify really where their issues are. One of them is 4-H, and they looked at the cost that were causing them to lose funds. I mentioned earlier that Arnott Forest was costing them $40,000, so they're getting out of that agreement. They also moved Tompkins Street Future away. I think it's being picked up by Cuga Medical. That was another $24,000 they decided not to fund. And they're trying to figure out on their own. Their cost for employees is climbing at 6 to 7% a year, and we're looking to just fund their core. I know some people aren't excited about this, but I think this is a premier organization of the county. They do all these things that nobody else does, and they bring more grant money in than any other organization of this type. Right now, we're looking at funding about 10% of their total budget if we fund this item. I think it's a mistake and a bad message to send to people that are not highly paid already, and they're falling behind. And the CCE is very difficult for them to even do a cost of living raise because we haven't funded those things. I hope people support this and do the right thing.
Can I just take you a second, Travis? Dan, what's your intention with the other thing? Or you want to see whether this passes as to whether you want to move it? Is that the idea?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Travis.
So will you be moving it? Are we going to be dealing with both of these?
If this passes, I probably will withdraw the other one.
Thank you.
Travis.
There's no question that at times CCE has been a valuable part of this community. I remember in my early years at GIAC doing quite a bit of work with CCE. They came and did a lot of programming. To be honest with you, I haven't seen them at GIAC in about 10 years at least. So I can't speak to their programming now because I just don't see them. They're not as active as they used to be in certain populations of the community. Every organization, every department, for the most part, is taking a hit this tax season. I definitely could see supporting some of what was cut, but not $72,000. And I take a little bit of offense to the idea that they get more grants, they raise more money than any other organization. I probably would say that we raised over $8 million in 2 years for the GRC building. So there are other organizations that bust their hump getting money and getting funding from grants and outside resources.
Okay, Cynthia's on Zoom. Cynthia, did you want to speak to this? You're welcome to, or you don't have to.
No, excuse me. I appreciate, the sentiment, and I certainly appreciate, that you looking at all of the programs that we provide and our presence in the community. a lot of our presence is also in agriculture, and a lot of our return on investment is in that area. Our structure of Cornell Cooperative Extension is, and the reason for county funding, I know that's oftentimes a question, I just want to make sure it's clear, is by design for in state and county law 224, the reliance on county funds sets precedent for state match that is also brought in, so that, you know, for the dollars that are brought in, it leverages other monies that circulate through the county through state match, and that leverages additional dollars for grants. So it really is by design to rely and to be led by county investment. And I know that's awkward. It's just the design of the way that the state and county law is set up. And I know that's oftentimes, you know, confusing. So I just want to reiterate that point. And yes, we do bring in dollars through grants, and I would never say that makes us more or less virtuous in terms of deserving. But I would say that, you know, the investments do help us to leverage additional dollars with the intention of circulating through the county. And the other value of the design of CCE is that all of our programs are population driven. So our community members really are driving our programs and how we design them and how we operate. It is a really wonderful thing, I believe, but, you know, I digress. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Let's go to Ann, then Randy, then Rich.
So I would like to address what Travis said, if that's okay. Travis, you said you might be more comfortable with a different amount?
Yeah, I would be, yes.
Is there a certain figure you'd feel more comfortable with?
Somewhere closer to Dan's.
Okay.
Randy?
Travis, I heard you last year and the year before, I think, about how CC doesn't really do much in the city, and that's been a discussion on the board as well. And I think Cynthia may speak to this. I know that they're doing another pilot, I thought, up on West Hill, which is new, and their problem, I think, was staffing, and I think they finally filled that role. But Cynthia, can you speak to that?
Yeah, I can speak to a couple of things with respect to that particular center. We do have some work taking place with the solar panels going on to that center as well, and that is something that's occurring with the work through our workforce development program. So there is coordination in that regard, but that's also with the town. And in regards to youth work specifically, the program that we had prior to COVID that I guess, you know, and please forgive me because I haven't been here during that period, but from my understanding, there was a loss of staffing, and it really did kind of lose its trajectory. And we've been rebuilding that trajectory in the last year and a half with staffing, and it has demonstrated some absolute benefit. It's called the Urban Outreach. So it's a newer youth program with 4-H, similar in terms of its model as the RYS, where we are out in the municipalities doing that work, focus on STEM primarily. It is not as developed as the other RYS programs, but it is a daytime program. We don't have overnight or any of those types of programs yet, but it is in place and it is operating well. And it did require one FTE in order to make that happen. And that person has been with us now for a year and a half.
Thank you. All right, we want to go to Rich?
Yeah, I would like to support CCE. No question about the good work done. I'd feel comfortable doing that at 36,000.
Is that an amendment?
Sure.
Have a second to that by Mike Sigler. So we have an amendment to change this figure from the 72,123 to 36,000. So want to speak on the amendment?
Do you need a second?
I'm sorry?
He did.
Did I say something wrong?
No.
Oh, we need a second. Is that what I heard? Okay, yes, you're correct.
No.
You had a second. You even said second.
Mike was a second.
All right, don't confuse me here. I would just like to speak and say, I've always felt that our contribution as a county to the educational processes of our educationally oriented community has been the support for the Tompkins County Public Library, for Tompkins Cortland Community College, and for Cornell Cooperative Extension. And so I think in this case, I could support what's on the table. Randy?
Hope nobody takes this personal. It's not meant that in any way. I've looked at a lot of these other resolutions, and I didn't want to vote for some of them. But I trust people, and I trust the people that are in these organizations to represent the county, and because I know they dig into it. They dig into it, they understand it, they grasp it, and that's what I've done with CCE. It's a great organization. They've turned it around, and they deserve the funding.
Anyone else? All right, ready to vote on the main motion, which is now $36,000 to Cooperative Extension. All those in favor?
Point of something.
I don't think the amendment
I'm sorry, we want to vote on the amendment.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll vote on the amendment which would make the main motion $36,000. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm missing something somewhere.
Well, we left.
We've lost a person.
Yeah, but 7 and 5 is still only 12.
We're still missing one. Did you vote, Mike?
Can we just do it again?
I thought I did. All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those.
Wait, I'm sorry, and me. And Shauna.
1, 2, roll call, please.
You were voting for the reduced amount, like Wayne?
I'll vote for the
Voting for the
reduced.
reduced amount?
I want to reduce the amount, yeah.
Shauna Black.
Yep.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
No.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
No.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
No.
Dan Nolan.
No.
Veronica Pillar.
No.
Lee Shirtliff is gone. Mike Sigler.
Yes.
It's 5 to 8, so it does pass. All right, now back to what I started to say when I was wrong, is that now we're on the main motion, which is $36,000. Are we ready to vote? All those, someone say something?
I said yep.
Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Are there any opposed? We have one opposed. That passes at $36,000.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Dan, do you want to do anything with 30?
I mean, I can't imagine it's going to pass right now. We just eliminated 30-something, so I guess I withdraw it.
Withdrawing it, okay. All right, that brings us down to Deborah Dawson.
I'll wait till the other ones are done.
Mike, can I offer something?
Yes?
I'd like to offer an amendment that we allocate under our general fund revenues. Sorry, let me find.
Point of information, where do I find that?
Well, let him finish his.
Tompkins County unallocated revenues 2026 operating budget. 4116, tax on adult use cannabis. I would like to allocate $65,000 in revenue. Currently, it's budgeted for zero. And I'll explain my rationale if I have a second.
I'm not understanding what you're proposing.
I'm proposing budgeting $65,000
Out of cannabis money.
into cannabis tax revenue. Currently, it's budgeted for $0 of revenue in 2026. I'm asking that we budget $65,000 of cannabis tax revenue.
Seconds for the discussion.
All right, then seconded for discussion.
Can I explain?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
In 2023, we realized 31,459. In 24, we realized 96,176. Year to date in 25, we've realized 58,276. I don't know if anybody's ever walked past a dispensary, but they are not empty. They are full, they are vibrant, and they are collecting tax on our behalf. I think we should allocate some revenue towards it.
Let's let Corsa comment, and then I'll go to Deborah, and anybody else can please put your hands up. We'll get them. We'll get you.
We in administration have no objection to it.
Can you repeat that?
We in county administration do not object to that revenue recognition.
Okay. Deborah?
I'm just curious to know why you originally budgeted it at zero.
I think I would say it was an oversight. We're looking at the history of those expenses when we did our projection from various lines. I think because there's the new revenue from 2023, the system that we used did not capture that.
Okay.
So it was an oversight.
So the other question I have is, do we treat this ordinarily the way we treat casino revenue, where we kind of don't count on it?
So, may I respond?
Please, I'm asking a question.
I was asking the chair.
I'd like to, I think that's a question for Corsa.
Yeah, I think there's no specific expense assigned to this revenue. So I don't know if that's the point of your question. This comes into our general revenues as a whole pot. We have not really assigned specific expense areas to this.
We have $2.1 million budgeted in casino revenue.
Okay, and what are we budgeting that for?
Revenue.
Unallocated revenues.
Unallocated revenue.
Okay, all right.
Unallocated, yes.
Okay, just
Shauna?
This is also
I know.
unallocated.
inquiring minds and all that stuff.
Shauna?
Yeah, I guess I would like to have a bigger question about the revenue that we're making on cannabis, because a lot of communities are actually using that to help with substance use disorder. There are some communities that are using it for education for young people. They're using it for enforcement, and they're making sure that the money that they receive from the revenue of cannabis is helping with all of these issues. So, I mean, I love the fact that it would bring down the tax levy, but I also think that, you know, there have been, for decades and decades and decades, there's been this war on drugs where, you know, Black and brown people have been incarcerated for smoking pot or having pot on them. And right now, we are making money on people going into stores, everyone going into stores and buying marijuana legally.
Not everyone.
Well, not Mike Lane.
For sure.
Everyone else though. And so, you know, I know it would be easy for us to put this funding towards our tax levy, and maybe it's a discussion for next year, but I would actually like to see this fund go either into environmental health to, because there are going to be some expenses probably incurred once we start doing some enforcement on the illegal stores that are operating right now, or back into like an education fund, because there are a lot of teens that are also doing cannabis, and we know that it is really not a good thing for young people to be doing that.
Let's go to Dan Nolan next, I think.
Greg, question for Greg real quick. How'd you get the number, just out of curiosity? I didn't know if you just averaged it or what. I'm just wondering.
I think it's called a WAG. I guess.
I know what that means. I don't know if
I took a wild guess.
Yeah.
And I did that because if we hit almost 100,000 in '24, I think other counties have seen an increase in the surrounding areas of stores opening. We're at about 60,000 to date. So I wanted to be conservative in a revenue estimate that was kind of a new revenue estimate. So I didn't want to shoot above that 65,000 because I felt comfortable based on where we are to date that we could realistically hit that.
Fair enough. All right, thanks.
Let's see, Mike Sigler.
I just wanted to say, I mean, in the end, I don't think this will be kind of a net positive, marijuana legalization, just for the simple fact that the people between the ages of 15 and 25 now are seeing large rates of mental illness stemming from that because, brains aren't developed. And you're going to see that in Colorado and other places that legalize. You're already seeing it in Colorado now. So with that said, so I understand the impetus to say we should put this towards mental health or put this towards drug addiction. But the fact of the matter is it's a legal product, and we don't do that with any other legal product. Mm-hmm. So why would we kind of dictate that this should go towards drug addiction? We don't do that with beer sales. We don't do that with any other kind of sales that may be perceived as negative. We just add it to the fund. So I support what Greg is saying to do.
I just want to point out, Mike, that when we started getting casino revenues, we did a study locally about whether we needed to allocate some of that money for gambling addiction. Mm-hmm. And we did not do that because we weren't told that it was a huge problem. But I think now we have all this online gambling, I think it's getting worse and worse. And as far as the cannabis, I agree with Shauna. We should be using it for purposes that compensate for the difficulties being caused by this, just like we have alcohol problems, for example. And one of the things, personally, I'd like to see would be money to our sheriff's department to train more officers to recognize driving while intoxicated drugs, which there are just tremendous numbers of people out there on the road, in my view, who are impaired by not only alcohol but by drugs. Alcohol, they have field screening devices. Drugs, they don't. So that's my thought. Okay, Shauna, do you want to speak again? And then I've got Deborah, and then I've got Rich, then Dan again.
Yeah, just you had mentioned the cigarettes and the alcohol. Actually, there's settlement funds that we get from Philip Morris, essentially, that has been able to set up like the smoking. We have a position in Whole Health that was actually doing like full-time smoking prevention. We also partner with Cortland.
Can you use your mic, please? Your mic. Sorry.
Did you hear that, Mike?
I did, but settlement money is not a tax.
I'm sorry,
You
what's
still
that?
tax cigarettes, and that's not what you're talking about. You're talking about settlement money, which is completely separate. They're not one and the same.
I think I've got Rich next. No, I got Deborah next. I'm sorry. Then Rich.
Well, I appreciate the sentiment, Shauna, but I think we're putting the cart before the horse. I mean, first of all, we haven't actually voted on whether or not we're going to include this in the budget. Secondly, I think if you're going to try to figure out some sort of program that you're going to dedicate these funds to, you're not going to do it on the fly in a budget committee meeting. And thirdly, we fund the Department of Whole Health to the tune of over $7 million, and certainly some of that goes to mental health issues and treatment issues that are perhaps related to cannabis consumption.
Dan Nolan.
I think it was Rich first.
Rich first? All right, then Dan Nolan.
Yeah, Deborah mainly said what I was going to say. All we're really looking at right now is changing a revenue line. We could certainly think about adding an expense line somewhere else, but this seems like a pretty straightforward thing. Let's add 65 to our revenue, and we could argue about applying it at some future time.
Dan?
Yeah, I actually don't. To build on both what Deborah and Rich and Mike to an extent said, I think that I see the temptation for basically walling off certain funds that are made from what we traditionally called vice taxes and things like that to help with the negative, impacts of those things being either legalized in the case of marijuana or just being out in society. I think it's important to this legislature and to future legislatures to say, if you want to do these things, just do them, right? If you want to start a fund to help kids who expose themselves to cannabis too early and they're experiencing issues, then do it. Or to train police to recognize intoxication from things other than alcohol, you should do it. Restricting the revenue from a sales tax source to be used for specific funds ties the hands of not only this legislature but future ones in both directions, because if that revenue drops, you then no longer have that or the same amount of money that you would have otherwise had to do that. So I would just caution against possibly doing that and just take the money, stick it in the fund the way we do all the other taxes.
Mike Ziegler.
I answered. We're good. Thanks.
Anyone else? All right, on Greg Mezzi's motion to reallocate the revenue from cannabis tax to general revenues.
Can I correct that?
Sure.
It's to allocate revenue into the cannabis tax line, because currently there is no revenue allocated to that line. So it is a recognition of new revenue.
Okay, and then that would make it part of the general fund.
Correct.
All right, everyone understand what Greg's trying to do? All those in favor? Any opposed? Sounds unanimous to me. Randy? Unallocated revenues, interest income. The interest income estimated should be reduced to 2.5 million.
Mike, can I do the security one for DSS, because that will take out if it's passed?
Security one for DSS.
No, 42.
Oh, okay, that was Rich's, and you want to, he withdrew it, and you want to bring it forward.
Yes.
Yeah,
please.
we can do that.
Okay. So I would like to bring forward Amendment 42, DSS Security Team. Place $106,000 in the contingent fund to support a contract for armed security services pending submission and approval of a final security plan
Is there a second?
in DSS.
Amanda seconded it. Discussion, go ahead.
And I'm going to let Norma take over if that's all right.
Yeah, this was a position that was in the budget, and when we were reviewing the budgets, thinking that this was going to be part of the overall security plan, the team. As it turns out, it will not, but the security team believes that a armed officer at the DSS building is still a required service that they feel is necessary for that space. And so that's what this would cover, is that armed security officer.
Okay. Then let's go forward with some discussion. I see Randy's hand first, then Dan Klein.
Yeah, no, could you remind me what security we have there now?
There are 4 security officers that are unarmed security officers that are employed by Department of Social Services, and then they have, right now they still have an armed officer that they have contracted.
Is there a metal detector as well there?
And there, yes, there's a metal detector and I think a wand as well.
Dan Klein.
So how would this change what's existing currently?
We removed that budget during the review, so it would add it back into, so their budget was reduced by $106,000. That $106,000 is the local share portion of the armed security. It was believed that there was another contract for other security, unarmed security, that was removed and that remains removed. It's just this one position that they believe needs to be reinstated.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Rich?
Yeah, I had considered this in conjunction with the other reduction in expense for security. I just think we're spending way too much money. And I understand you can always buy more insurance, but I just don't think we can afford it this year. I will not support.
Deborah, then Shauna.
Yeah, I won't be supporting this. I mean, we just obligated ourselves to over $600,000 next year for what, 4.5 FTEs for countywide security. Now we find out that they have 4 unarmed people and 1 armed person at DSS. So forgive me if I'm getting this wrong, but that's like 8.5 or 9 people. Now we've got a 9-person police force, basically. So, you know, if they need another armed person over there, then get rid of one of the unarmed people. There's no balance here. I just don't see that we can afford to keep adding all of these people. I mean, pretty soon we'll have our own county police force. So I'm a no on this.
Careful, I've always been an advocate for county police, but not that way. Shauna.
So I just want to confirm, there is a large portion of this that's reimbursed to us. Is that correct? For the security?
Actually, this is the local share portion.
And how much is the total amount?
200, I believe 200 and, I want to say somewhere around 15. Do you remember, of course? Yeah, something, it's around 215,000. I've sent a message to.
So this is, this is roughly 50%.
So that's for 4 people and?
No,
this is one.
For the one
armed security officer.
Travis.
To Deb's point, is it necessary to have 4 unarmed security officers and an armed security officer for that building?
And 2 armed security.
Two armed security officers and 4 unarmed? Is that the right number? 6 total?
There's 5 total. Brittany's getting on too. I just sent her a message, and so she certainly can answer those questions better than I.
So they currently have accounting employees, I believe, 3 or 4. And they have a contract with an agency that is providing them with an armed security officer. So the plan, as we discussed, was the county security team evaluating the plan and as consolidating our security efforts and making decisions how to deploy our resources. So because we plan our budget in July and go through the process in August, we determined at the time that we are not going to fund this armed officer at DSS. So I believe about 2 or so weeks ago when we met and we had discussion with the security team, we came to some degree of consensus that the security officer, the contract at DSS is very good complementary need for that specific building. That's the reason why we intend bringing it back to continue that service, to give also Jim and his team opportunity to do a more comprehensive assessment next year when they are overseeing the program. At the moment, they don't oversee the program, so they will be overseeing the program next year so that they'll be able to do more comprehensive assessment.
So DSS is open 5 days a week, 8 to 5-ish?
Yes.
And there's currently, just so I have the numbers right, I'm getting old, it's 3 unarmed and 2 armed.
1 armed.
one armed and 3 unarmed.
3 unarmed and 1 armed, yes.
There's the metal detector and everything to come in the building.
Yes.
Correct.
And once you get into the lobby, you can't go any further until somebody unlocks the door, right?
That's correct.
So what do all 4 people do? And I'm not being funny. I'm
I get
asking
it.
in a very serious way.
I completely understand that, and I think I'll invite Brittany to.
Yes.
I have asked similar questions as well, and in other spaces, but I believe the number of people they have there right now is based on some historical incidents that led to the number, and I haven't really received a report in terms of accountability and things like that. That's the reason why we asked Jamie to oversee that and give us a good assessment as to how effective the approach is, and then we can make an informed decision based on the actual data that will be provided to us.
And that is why it was being put in the contingent fund, by the way. That was the reason for putting it in the contingent fund. Yep.
So let's let Brittany respond. Brittany Earl, our commissioner.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hello. I just want to clarify the numbers of security staff. Right now, we are down to 2. We just had 1 resign. And we use AMRIC security unarmed when we need to fill a position right now. So we're currently also using the security contractor, AMRIC, to also provide that extra staffing position until we can move forward with filling that or not filling it in alignment with the county security's mission. So in terms of what the security staff do and the reason that we need, our meeting with Mike Steitley, it was discussed that we need a minimum of at least 4 plus the armed. The reason for that is 1 security staff has to monitor so we have a weapon scanning machine, and one of the security guards monitors the weapon machine, another security guard monitors the door, and then another one monitors the lobby. So when we have issues happening in the lobby with clients who may be escalated or may have things going on that need extra attention, a security guard can be pulled away from the lobby to go and help with a client. And something we're working on with county security is developing a more rounded approach to that would also include DSS staff who have relationships with specific clients to come and help de-escalate. So that would look like additional training. In terms of some data when it comes to our security, at least the armed security specifically, is that we've seen roughly a 50% reduction in workplace violence and incident reports at the Human Services Building since the armed guard was put in place in 2023. So between 2020 and 2022, we had an average of 73 workplace violence incident reports reported per year. And to kind of highlight that number, that was also a period when the Human Services Building was shut down for COVID. So likely that number would actually be higher. And then in 2023 and 2024, we've seen an average of 36 incidents reported per year. And since January 2025 through the end of July, we had only 19 workplace violence incidents reported. I don't have numbers from August 1st through current because I haven't looked back at that data. But.
Deborah.
So that reduction in incidents could be attributable to the 1 armed officer you already have. Why do you need 2?
We don't. So the number that's in there covers the armed guard that was taken. It was taken out of our budget. So when we presented our budget, it was with the armed guard included in there, the contract with AMRIC included. So that's the armed guard. And county admin was under the impression that county security would be able to provide that service. And it happened after the budget was brought forth. We had a meeting with county security. And it is, I think, from my understanding, it's financially more responsible to use this contract with AMRIC. It would be less expensive than hiring an armed guard full-time with the county. So this number is just to keep the armed guard that we currently have, not to add another. It's just to add it back into our budget because it was taken out with the impression that the county security team might be able to take that part over, but that's not the case. And the 106,000 is actually, it covers our, the cost after reimbursement.
So how many FTEs are you budgeted for the unarmed security?
I think, so we had 5 per diem and 3. I'm texting Thomas real quick and I'll get a definite answer for you.
I can tell you, Brittany, it's 4 total FTE, 3 full-time, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 per diems. So but it's equivalent to 4 full-time.
Okay, so if you really need this armed guard, and that's what makes the biggest difference, then are you willing to reduce the number of unarmed people to offset the cost of this armed contract?
I think we're working with county security. County security is working with us to do a risk assessment of the building and to make a determination of what is required. Their preliminary assessment quickly was that we would need a minimum of 4 unarmed to properly deal with that situation. But I think we could probably lower that and really develop our staffing response to issues that may be occurring in the lobby. We have a lot of capable staff who can provide de-escalation to clients who have good relationships with clients, and developing a system so that if there's a client and we know what staff person may work best with them and they're available, we can call them down to work with that person.
That would be helpful, because to be staffed for the equivalent of 4 FTEs plus an armed person full-time for one building just seems a bit much given the fiscal constraints that we're looking at.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Thank you.
Dan.
2 things. I mean, I would be very uncomfortable just making a decision here based on budget to change the security coordinator's recommendation. So I will not vote in this setting to remove a security officer. My question, $106,000 into the contingent fund. So it's the same contingent fund question. Is that $106,000 extra? So now it's going to be 3.106. If I have that, okay, just checking. Thank you.
Other comments or questions? Randy Brown.
Yes, Brittany, I just want to make sure I understand what is currently funded in the 2026 budget. So 3 unarmed and 1 armed?
I don't have the number in front of me. I don't have my budget items. I'm sorry. Hold on.
So 4 unarmed and no armed officers are budgeted for 2026.
So in the budget is 4 unarmed?
4 unarmed, yes.
And a per diem is something separate?
The per diem, it's for FTEs. The per diems are part of that.
Okay, all right, thanks.
You know, I think at this point, it might make sense for me to withdraw this. And then why don't we plan on bringing it back to the next legislature meeting and having a recommendation, now that you kind of have the tone of where we are.
Okay.
And, discuss it with staff. If you could show us numbers of what we're doing now versus what is proposed, I think that would be helpful.
Travis, your hand was up. Is that all right with you?
Absolutely.
All right, so
Can I have
Sean.
a question, Mike?
Yes.
I mean, this is still part of county security, so won't this all be put under one? I mean, aren't we going to put this all under one as opposed to having that be like a separate security force?
I think it's very difficult to hire an armed officer. So if the county security team determines that we need an armed officer at a location, the best approach, as we have discovered, if we can get a sheriff's officer to do that or get a contractor to be able to provide that service. So it's just based on oversight, because Jamie, for example, may not be able to oversee somebody who is armed, but the sheriff will be able to see. So it's just based on the oversight and other policy programs and things like that, and also risk factor. Because if we have an armed officer on staff, we take on the liability, but if it's contract, the contract entity takes on the liability for that.
Rich.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I thought there had been a security plan, and it sounds like we don't really have a plan. And as we sit here, this means that we really can't resolve our budget amendments this evening, which is unfortunate.
Well, we can. We can't, not all of them.
We can for now.
I guess, but then the door remains open, and we don't know where we're going to land, which is unfortunate. I don't know what to do about that.
Are you done, Rich?
Yeah, I'm done.
I just want to say that this has been withdrawn, and I did have one question before we get off of it. Brittany, are the costs of these security people through DSS, are they reimbursable at all from New York State?
We get some reimbursement for security, yes. So specifically for the armed, that $106,000 is the cost after reimbursement.
Okay, but isn't that a reason that we don't want to combine everything together, that we want to have DSS separate so that we get that state funding?
We can still get a state funding.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for answering my question. All right, That's been withdrawn. Randy, Deborah wants you to go first.
No problem. So I went through every department and looked at all their expenses most currently as of today.
Yeah, we're talking about item 55.
Yep. And I also looked at all the revenue. And I strongly suggest that in the future budget processes, we require every department to give us a report effective September of the current year as to what they think is going to happen with their budget. Whether they're over budget, under budget, because some are quite a bit under, and some are over. There are some people who are over, by the way, in line items, and revenue is all over the board. So some are short, some are over, and some are really short, and some are really over. So but this is, I tacked this one because it's fairly simple. So I looked at the interest income and looked at what we've done in the past, and I looked at Fed rate projections from numerous companies and came up with a consensus. And from that, I think that the county can realize 3.25% pretty safely on a return of their investments average for 2026. I don't know exactly how much money the county has to invest. I use $80 million on average. I think the lowest we had as far as cash was $109 million in February, or I haven't seen the most recent report. But so anyways, I used $80 million, and so I felt that 3.2 million was way too high. And if we can get somebody to do 3.2 million, they would probably work for JP Morgan, not us. So I think that we should reduce that by 700,000 to 2.5 million. I think you can get to 2.5, but it's going to require the work of the person we just approved yesterday. So that's my proposal.
That
would reduce income.
Do we have a comment about that from administration or finance, or both?
Did you want to
I need a
move that?
second. I'm sorry. Is there a second? Greg?
Sorry, Are we on 54 or 55?
I think we're on 54.
I guess we're on 54. I'm sorry, I may have misspoke the number.
54, yes. Take it away.
Legislator Brown did speak to me about this a little bit. I do agree that the budget is a little aggressive on it based on what we knew at that time. As we spend down our fund balance, it also reduces the amount of, lack of a better or professional word, sticky cash that we can that we can invest. So as that goes down, and the rates did go down, and also my department is better reporting where some of this interest goes, where before it used to all go into the general fund. And where, for example, I believe I informed him that some of it, which does not make up the 700,000, but approximately, I think we could increase the interest, budgeted interest in the debt service fund, approximately 70,000 or so, based on splitting out how we report things. So.
Is it 70,000?
Yes. Previously, before, we had one bank account for our general fund and for our debt service fund, and it didn't always get properly split out interest-wise. Now my department is doing that. And not only that, I have separated the bank accounts. I have a money market that our debt service sits in. Not that the money sits in there long, because you fund it to pay down the debt for the year, but we are earning some interest on it. And as we share the wealth amongst the other funds, my hope is that we'll see interest increase over the other funds as well. But based on all this information, I do feel that it is an aggressive budget. Budgeted interest income, sorry.
Give a recommendation. A number? City Councilor, my apologies.
All right, Dan. That's a good question.
I am acceptable with what he says, or with what he proposed.
So if we pass this, what happens with the tax rate?
Goes up.
The tax levy? Goes up by 700,000.
Yes, 1 point.
But then you got to look at
I've got
his
another resolution to.
55, which makes it go down.
There's more.
So,
Well, if you do that. Okay. Do we have further questions on this? All right, on the amendment to reduce to 2.5 million, which reduces the budget by 700,000. All those in favor? And I guess one opposed.
okay.
Okay, Randy, keep going.
All right, this is number 55, and looking at the sales tax that we receive. So I looked at the history of this, and I provided a Excel spreadsheet to legislators as well as to administration. And so I looked at what our sales tax collection would be this year. We budgeted $43,240,000. We're currently $2 million over that number, or over budget compared to last year at this time. And so I estimated where we would be by the end of the year, which would show no increase in sales tax from September, October, November, December. It would be flat receipts. So no, although we're at 7% now, I'm going to be conservative and say that for the next 4 months, we're not going to see an increase over last year. I don't think that's going to happen, but I wanted to be conservative there. So that gave me the $45,139,923 estimate where I think we're going to end up, and I think it's going to be higher than that, but we'll see the crystal ball on that one. So then I looked at the 2026 budget, and the 2026 budget is $45,205,820, which is actually about the same as is what we did in what I'm estimating we're going to do in 2025. And then I looked at the new sales tax projections we're projecting for on hotel rooms, which the prior projections were 1.2 million, which was at one time being allocated to the airport. So, but it would go into the same fund, I believe, would go into the sales tax fund, correct? So that alone would take you to 46.4.
So wait, just clarification, Randy. I think we're using a portion. I think we're using a portion of that.
It doesn't matter where you're using it, it's coming into the general fund. This is a general fund dollar amount.
Okay.
It comes in, this is just a revenue source. I'm not saying where it's being spent. Yeah, we've already spent some, you're right.
Yep.
So I'm looking at the actual, this is just revenue, you know, where it's coming from. So I looked at what's going to happen in 2026. And so I projected that I think it's going to increase over 25, 2.5%, which would be take you to 47,468,422. But I'm not suggesting that we budget the full amount at 47,468. I'm suggesting we take less than that, 1.25 million of the increase, was right now, if you look at it, it's going to be 2.2 million, my estimate, over the budget that we've currently proposed for 2026. I'm suggesting we leave $1 million kind of fluff out there and increase the sales tax projections by 1.25 million.
Second by Dan Nolan. Discussion. Let's go ahead, Deborah.
Yeah, I appreciate all the work that Randy did on this. I might be more comfortable if we just increased it by 700,000 to balance out what we took out of the interest income. But, you know, I guess I want to hear what everybody else thinks before I go there and offer that as an amendment.
Dan Nolan, then Rich John, then Greg Mezzi.
Thanks for doing this. I think it's a good analysis. I like the methodology that was used. I do think it's a conservative estimate, despite the fact that the county administration already gave a pretty conservative estimate. But I would like to hear what Corsa has to say as well, just out of curiosity. I'm inclined to support this.
I think sales tax, the best judge of how our sales tax is doing is the quarterly, the third month reporting, the quarter, end of quarter reporting. This week, they reported our September numbers. The first report came out yesterday, and the county was $600,000 less than last year. It is important for us to be extremely cautious with how we project the sales tax revenue. If we look at the document that we share with all of you, in 2023, we had overall deficit, meaning we used fund balance to pay off some of our expenses. In 2024, that was 2.1%. In 2023, in 2024, we used fund balance to support our expenses, so we had the deficit of 6.7%. We are anticipating another deficit this year, which means that we are spending more money than we are bringing in. So we are using fund balance over the course of time to support our expenses on an annual basis. It's not good. It affects our credit worthiness as well. So as I indicated, based on financial policy, because we are below our fund balance policy, we should be planning how to build it back up to get to the policy point. I would suggest we take a cautious approach in how we overly estimate our revenues to make sure we have some degree of cushion. If we're able to realize those returns, that can cushion us because we are expecting a deficit this year by the end of this year as well, so that we can have some degree of cushion for our for where, depending on where we land. I think reasonably, because you have taken a significant chunk of our projected interest revenue out, balancing that out is reasonable. We estimated that significant revenue increase in interest revenue because of the policy decision that was made earlier this year by moving almost about $35 million into New York class, which was, I think, was in checking account that we're not earning any interest on. So that was the motivation for that significant increase in our projection for the interest revenue. But there is some degree of unpredictability with the sales tax, especially going into 2026, and the fact that we are now seeing some effect of some federal policies. So I will urge some degree of caution because there's a lot of unknown factors in 2025 to 2026. So I'll urge some degree of caution on how we estimate. It's usually good to come over revenue and come under expense than to come under revenue and spend more than what we projected to spend.
So just a follow-up question, our fourth quarter revenues generally higher due to holiday spending and things along those lines. But you're saying that this quarter revenue came in 800K, 600K?
This month. So basically, sales tax report twice a month. So they get the early release and also the secondary release. The early release as compared to 2024 for September is 600,000 short. We receive about 5.2 million in early release in September 24, and we got 4.6 in early release in 2025. The second release will come out, I believe, next week. We don't know where that will be, but every quarter there is some degree of adjustment that is still correct based on the various reporting for the previous 2 months. So sometimes you get on the positive side, sometimes you get on the negative side. So it's difficult for us to really have a good projection in terms of where we will land, because several counties across our region had a significant dip in the expectation. I think Oswego got $1 million less in September. There's a county that got 25% high based on the adjustment. So it's very difficult, but the quarterly adjustments helps in being confident in terms of where you will land at the end of the year. So I think we potentially will come higher than what we are anticipating, but 1.2 million increase may be also aggressive in terms of how we are projecting the sales tax revenue.
Would you feel trying to think of what I want.
I think I'll be comfortable with evening it out with the 700,000.
Yeah. Okay.
Then,
Rich is next.
Yeah, I'd be comfortable with the $700,000 figure, just because I have some real trepidation what's going to happen at the federal level and what that's going to do to the spending power at Cornell University, which will impact our community. But yeah, so 700 I'd feel comfortable with.
Dan Klein.
Not had my hand up.
Thought you did. Greg?
Maybe.
So if I'm understanding our budget philosophy correct, we're estimating 1.2 million in new sales tax revenue for short-term rentals, correct?
Yes.
1.1? 1.1.
Sorry.
The projection that we received from planning was 1.3, but we did recognize 1.2 in the 1.1 in the budget. So at the moment, there's 1.1 projected in the budget.
Okay. So we have estimated 2025 budgeted 43. Do you agree with the estimate of 45 million for this year?
Yes.
You do. So if we're going to estimate 45 million this year and we're going to add 1.1 on top of that, that's 46.1 million.
That's collective. Is it together?
Say again?
It's both lines, right?
For 2026, yeah, it's both lines. It's both the general sales tax and the short-term rental sales tax.
is 45?
45,205.
So you're essentially saying that we're going to bring in a 1.1 million in new revenue, but based on the estimate for how we're going to finish this year, we're going to drop 1.1 million or so in revenue. I mean, is that the numbers that the story? Because if we agree that we're going to end the year at about 45 million, and then in 26 we're going to add 1.1 million in new revenue, we should be somewhere around 46 million.
No, I didn't say I agree we'll end the year with 45.
I asked you if you agreed with the 2025 estimate of 45 million.
We did not estimate 45.
Okay. So I think based on the report we got, and September, to your point, is a goofy month, right? Because it's a true up because people who file quarterly,
yes,
it trues up and it back and forth. So we don't really know till later this month what we actually did. But we were how many million ahead of year to date?
I think we're 6.99% ahead year to date.
6.9, okay, ahead.
So that is.
So we were 2 million ahead of budget.
Yeah, that is before this dip. So
before September. I just, I mean, I know we want to be cautious and conservative, and I think Randy's resolution is conservative. I think the 700,000 is just scared, not conservative. So I would like to, I mean, because otherwise we're going to do what we've always done, and we're going to over levy, and we're going to sandbag our budget because we're so afraid to go over or under by a couple 100,000 or a million here or there, that we're going to over collect unnecessarily so that we can realize revenue that we could have otherwise budgeted for. We also have a massive issue on billables and reimbursement submissions and all those other things across county departments that we should be addressing. I fundamentally, if we can't get that number down, we'll not be able to support this budget and this levy. And these next two resolutions, I think, are tools in how to get me there. I just think we need to not be afraid to, I mean, look what we used to do with casino revenue. We would budget 200,000 and we would historically show 1.8 to 2.2 million dollars in collection, but we didn't want to budget it because we wanted to sandbag the budget by 2 million so we could add to reserve. I just don't think in this time, in this economy, we can ask our taxpayers to pay more in their property tax when we have an opportunity to adjust revenue to a reasonable number that even if we're off by 500,000, we could still absorb. I don't think it's too much to ask.
Deborah.
Yeah, well, I'm going to offer an amendment to Randy's amendment that we increase the sales tax receipt recommendation by 700,000.
Is there a second from Ann? On the amendment, I'm assuming that amendment's not friendly? Okay, so we're just going to have to discuss the amendment to reduce the figure to 700,000. I have Ann on my list next on the general thing, but you want to speak on the amendment? Go ahead.
So regarding the amendments, to me, that seems much more realistic and conservative. I don't even feel to me it's that conservative. When we're looking at, our fund balance, and there's no way we're going to get anywhere near 25% next year. I don't see that we're probably even going to get to 18%. So where's our fund balance policy? That's one thing. Even if we changed it at some point to 18%, I don't see how we're going to make that. And we're looking at unprecedented challenges in our community. I mean, just there's the knowns with housing, food, Medicaid, and then all the trickle effects that's going to cause in the community and people losing their jobs. There's just going to be issue after issue, major issues. So I think this is a time to be conservative I don't even, like I said, I don't even call it conservative. I think realistic in our projection. So I support this 700,000.
Shauna?
Thank you.
On the amendment.
Yeah, I'm going to support the amendment. I think what we're seeing is buyer confidence is definitely down. People are not banking the big purchases. I mean, even for us, we've had the conversation about the center of government. Is it the right time? People are holding off on buying automobiles, big ticket items. So I don't foresee us having a gush of funds coming in the last 3 months of the year. So I think 700,000 is conservative. And I prefer we land there.
I just got I just had someone in my office who was a young single woman who gets her health insurance with the help of the Medicaid that's being fought about right now at the well, if the Congress comes back into session, it's being fought about. But that person just today received a text from the broker saying, as of July, the middle of July, there will be no more subsidy. And that's what's being told. And this woman is just sitting there talking about it and saying, I have no idea what I'm going to do. So we're going to be hit with these Medicaid issues. And we need to think about being able to respond and help. And we can't, there's no way we can fill all the holes. But the people are going to come to us because they can come into this room and sit there and talk to us. They can't really go into the Senate and Assembly chambers and do that as much in Albany. And it's going to tug at our heartstrings. And how are we going to have money to be able to help that? It's the same way we had money to be able to help with the pandemic because we had a fund balance. And yes, we can continue to tighten that up. We continue to tighten up the number of vacancies we plan on and things like that. And there's nothing new about adjusting sales tax. Every municipal budget I think I've ever worked on, and I've done 40 of them, this is the thing always at the end that they say, what can we do with the sales tax to get the tax rate down? And it's just what you do. But I think we have to budget conservatively and budget the expectations of new revenue conservatively because we have to keep our fund balance strong and be able to get closer to the 25%. Anyone else? Amanda.
I just want to acknowledge that this is really hard.
Of course it is.
Because obviously nobody wants to increase the tax levy on, I mean, not the levy, we don't want to increase the taxes on our constituents. And yet we also want to provide them with all the services that we just voted on, all of these things. And in some instances, it's the same people. Some people get the services and some people are paying the taxes and some people are, it's just all our community, and this is really hard. And I think a lot of us look at it very differently, and that's okay. And there's a lot of need, and we're just, I think that we're all here trying to do our best. I just want to acknowledge that.
I certainly believe that. Are there any more comments before we vote on the amendment? Shauna?
Sorry, Mike, whenever you mentioned the health insurance, I had received an email from Senator Gillibrand, her rep today, and it provides a breakdown of people that are covered under the cheapest ACA plan and what their costs are going to go up to if there's no relief. And they broke it down by county. Tompkins County is seeing the highest increase in the whole state.
Hi.
And so for someone that is paying, let's see here, in 2025, their monthly cost, this is for a single person, making $65,000 or below, they would be paying $194.81 in 2025. In 26, their amount is going up to $806.31.
What?
For an annual cost difference of $7,338. And that's a 313% increase. And then for a family of four making $130,000, it's going to go from $1,006 a month to $2,297. And still, it's the highest in the whole state of New York.
Wow.
So additional annual cost for a family is going to be $15,496 in order to keep your ACA coverage. So I'm happy to forward that to all of you.
Okay. Yeah. Are ready to vote on the amendment? Randy?
Well, I'm sorry to waste everybody's time on this. I was watching a roundtable with numerous CEOs of big companies like the Cleveland Clinic and the place in Minnesota about 20 years ago. And he said, this change in the health law is going to be great for my company, and it's going to kill every private practice that exists. And that's pretty much what's happened. They've been swallowed up. So maybe we should be hiring our own doctors, and they should be county employees. So it might be cheaper.
Actually, we used to do that many years ago.
Yeah, maybe we might think about that one again. And we're paying big money for all this stuff. You know, when I hear, last year we missed our revenue mark by $8 million under budget, what we budgeted. And that's why we're where we are today. And nobody looked into that. I got an email saying, these are the departments that we're under. That's like playing darts in the dark. I mean, if you don't know what's going on. I mean, so to me, it's irresponsible for us not to be all over that, to find out why this department is $1 million under. And why would we believe what they projected this year? I mean, we balanced our budget and this is going to be our revenue, and then it doesn't happen. So we need to be all over this, because we're going to be doing this again and again and again, especially when we're hearing revenue is going to drop through Medicaid and all these issues. So this is really irresponsible of us to not understand this better and to be budgeting and spending all this money when we don't know what our revenues are going to be. I did the best I could, and I'd like to do a little. Maybe we'll do like a football poll, and we'll pick a square, right? And we'll all put a buck in, right? I apologize for wasting everybody's time on this.
Well,
I just wonder how that addresses the amendment.
What's that?
I just wonder how that addresses my amendment.
Well, okay, I'm sure I let it drift more than I should, but yes, Lee.
Just one question. Remind me of our fiscal policy. The starting point was sales tax revenues from 2 years ago. Is that where we normally start? So if it ended the year at 43 million in 2022 or 2023, is that how the budget has been formulated by fiscal policy right along?
I think we'll have to check that for you, but I think we did a bit more broad projections on the number. And I think, Randy, I just want to say you didn't waste anybody's time. Yeah, I agree. It's a very good exercise. And I agree with you, and we have been having that conversation. We need to be on the department in terms of their claim. That is why, if you remember, one of the last policies Laurie introduced is the quarterly reporting from the department on how the revenues are performing. So we are putting in place process to be on their neck every month, making sure we are checking in and they are claiming their reimbursements. There are other places that the claims are not coming in because they didn't complete the program or they didn't hire those people. Remember, we had a vacancy factor in the budget on the expense side, but we didn't do any adjustment on the revenue side for the vacancy factor. And there are some of those positions are filled by grants. So if DSS projected to hire 20 people paid for grant, that they hire 6, they can only claim for the 6. So those are some of the things that we are hoping that we'll be able to do better. One of the things that I've been talking about is cost allocation. county admin, finance, IT, there's supposed to be some cost allocation from departments. So we need to be able to make sure they are claiming those cost allocations on their reimbursements. And those are some of the things we want to start doing and chasing the revenues to be able to bring that in. I am concerned that we have 2 years in a row of a deficit. We need to turn that around, and the only way to do that is control expenses and maximize revenue, and that is the approach we are hoping that we can push through. But it's not going to be a night, one day, an overnight experience to overcome, but it will require a lot more work, and from finance and also from county administration and budget team, making sure we stay on the neck of everyone to make sure they're completing their projects and they're claiming their reimbursements.
Okay. On the amendment, which would change the increase in sales tax revenues from the $1,250,000 that Randy suggested to $700,000, reduce it to $700,000. Are ready to vote? All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That passes. So now we're back on the main motion, which is now to increase the sales tax projection in the budget by $700,000. Ready to vote on that one? Those in favor? I think that's unanimous.
No, it's not.
Was there I'm sorry, Randy. I'm sorry. Okay, so it's 13-1. It passes.
Wait, 13 I think Deb voted no, too.
Did you vote against?
Yeah, no, I voted for the 700,000.
You want to vote again, folks?
No, she voted for it.
No, I voted for it.
Yeah, I thought so.
13-1.
Okay. Sorry, Randy, I didn't see your hand the other way. Okay, then, Deborah, I guess it's yours.
Okay. So we have this mandate contingent fund of $1.75 million. My proposal is to fund that with fund balance rather than tax levy. And the reason I'm proposing that is because my experience tells me that at the end of this process, y'all are going to want to use some fund balance anyway. So if we're going to use fund balance, let's use fund balance for something that may or may not have to be spent. And that would reduce our tax levy by 3%, approximately.
There's a second. Seconded by Greg. Other speakers to this? Dan Klein.
I support this. I just wanted some clarification. Isn't this, I thought this was a reserve account. Is that not accurate? That is not accurate.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not. So it's a contingent account. So basically, I think 2 years ago or something, we split those two because there was a lot of unknowns regarding mandate. So we tried to ring-fence contingent account to support mandate like
yes, I recall. So I just wanted, it was not a reserve account.
It's
it
not
was
a reserve.
always part of the fund balance.
It's always part of the budget process, the contingent account. So
Thank you.
if you move forward with it, that means we are reducing the overall contingent account projection from $3 million to 1 point something.
2.5.
1.25.
1.25.
Yeah.
But you're still going to have money.
Yeah, I will suggest maybe not. If the desire is to use fund balance, just to reduce the contingent account, and then we will be able to appropriate fund balance in the middle of the year if the need arises.
That works too. It's up to you. I thought you
with-
wanted this contingent mandate fund.
It's semantics, really. So if we have to pay, we have to pay anyway. So.
Yeah. Thank you.
Jonathan, Dan Nolan.
I pass.
Pass. Dan Nolan.
I'm just wondering, this is a substantial change, and I'm inclined to support it, but I'm wondering what county administration feels about it. Just make sure that it doesn't screw up anything or have any other knock-on effects.
I would say based on everything that we don't know yet, if there's a desire to take something away from that money, in the extreme instance, at least leave the $1 million in there and reduce it by the 750,000.
And
Oh, sorry, I just have a clarifying.
go ahead.
And
I
this,
thought you were done.
and it is, we are reducing the mandated, I'm sorry, maybe this is a
No.
Deborah question.
My proposal was
Yeah.
that if we're going to have a mandate, or contingent mandate fund,
Sure.
whichever order that goes in, that we fund that with fund balance, because we don't know that we're going to have to spend any of it. We don't know that we're going to have to spend all of it. So if we're going to use fund balance, which inevitably we do, then let's put it towards something that we might not have to spend at all. That's all.
Ann?
And so first off, clarification, Corsa, did you just suggest a different amount than the 1,750,000?
Yeah, what I propose is instead of 1.750 from contingent account, maybe $1,750,000.
But that would not reduce tax
It will-
levy by more than 1.5%.
It will
And we
not,
would
yeah.
still be right around 5, and I can guarantee you that's not going to be acceptable to everybody in this room.
Can I just, I'm asking Corsa, so so you're recommending, can you tell me again what you recommend, 700 and, so if this is, so explain the money and where it should be and how we should fund.
So what
What you're
said-
recommending.
Yeah, what I mentioned was that instead of either taking the money from fund balance or emptying that line, instead of 1.7, we should take the 750 and leave the $1 million in the tax levy. Let me put it that way for it to be direct in terms of how I anticipate this should go, so that at least we have a bit more cushion. 750,000 will be about 1.5%. That will reduce the tax levy to about 5%.
So how would that translate for your recommendation for
So that
this?
means that we are reducing the overall.
How would it change
contingent-
this, so it would, are you,
So it changes that from 1.750 to 1 million.
would
And
be your
that's-
recommendation instead of 1.7? Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Greg?
Yeah, Deborah and I often don't agree on the use of fund balance, and I'm glad that we can find a common ground. So I think Deborah's strategy here is a wise one, and I think to Norma's comment, maybe not heard by everyone, but it's a little bit of semantics. If we fund the mandate contingent fund 1991, or if we leave the 1.75 in fund balance, and we just authorize the use of that if it's a mandated cost. My thought process is if we leave that 1.75 in fund balance, it helps with the amount of money in our unassigned fund balance. That helps our policy, that if we have to go to that well, we know that this legislature's intent was to spend about 1.75 possibly out of that at the time it's needed. So, and again, we haven't had a lot of time to sort of talk about this, but I would be more inclined to want to leave that in unassigned fund balance than to bring that out of unassigned fund balance to fund an account that at the end of the year would otherwise then revert back, because when it comes time, our fund balance is going to be 1.75 short because we have it now in a restricted account.
I thought there were some other hands. Rich?
Yeah, I'm much more comfortable with this than doing something with sales tax revenue, which we've just addressed. I think this is a good pathway to follow, and I would do the full amount so we get the true benefit to the tax levy,
Deborah?
reducing the tax levy.
Deborah?
Yeah, I mean, all due respect, Corsa, my goal here is to reduce the tax levy by 3%, so I can get it to a point where people might be able to vote for it, and your strategy simply doesn't do that.
I appreciate that.
Deborah, would you be open
I'm fine,
to?
potato, Greg.
Well, I know, but your original motion was to take it. Would you be open to amending that to leaving it in unassigned fund balance, taking 1991 account down to essentially zero, and we would know that requests would have to go from fund balance for mandated contingent requests?
Yeah, we end up in the same place. If that's the will of the body, that's fine with me.
Well, except you're starting out with zero next year.
Yeah, I think similar. It's similar to what we did earlier this year when we had a mandate of $800,000. We have to go back to the fund balance to take the $800,000 off from it. So it's semantic. You can attach them. You can get into it when the need arises. So it's, depending on where it is, it doesn't make much of a difference. At the end of the day, if we have to pay for the child care, we have to pay for the child care. If the Medicaid rate shoot up and the state is putting on us to pay, we have to pay for it, unfortunately. So I agree. It makes our tax levy looks nice. 2.5.
It makes it more than look nice. It makes it able to be swallowed.
Yes.
If I can speak, I support Deborah's motion. Are we ready to vote? On the motion to...
Mike?
Yes, Ann?
I'm not ready to vote.
All right. What would you like to say?
I'm going to propose an amendment that it be 1 million rather than 1,750.
Is there a second for that? I'm not seeing a second. So
Okay.
I think it fails for lack of a second.
Yeah, I'm just would like to say I'm not going to vote for this. I think it puts us back in a place where we've been the last few years where we're not having enough revenue. So yeah, does that make the fund balance a little better if we don't use that? Yes. But it's not going to bring us up still to the 25%. And each year that we're not raising the tax levy for our expenses, we're putting ourselves in a place like this where we're having to make all these drastic cuts, and it's not sustainable. Even the town of Enfield raised their tax levy by over 6%. You have costs that are going up, and if we get down to 3% or something like that, I don't think that's enough. And what are we going to do the next year? 3%, if we're lucky, but our percentages that we've been raising the taxes over the tax levy the last 8 years has often been 0 to 1 or 2%. It's not sustainable. We can move money around and make it look palatable for people to vote on, but we're not getting in the revenue that we need.
Travis?
I hear what Annie's saying, and in a lot of ways I agree with her. The problem is the 14 of us collectively, I won't blame anyone, we just keep adding to what we're spending. The revenues aren't coming in that way. So we just keep adding, we go through this budget process, OTRs, whatever we call them. We just keep adding. I mean, at one point we're at 7.7. So we can't say to ourselves, we got to get the budget under control, tell county administration to cut a bunch of stuff, and then get in this room over the course of 4 or 5 meetings and just add, and then say at the end, well, we got to find revenue. We can't do it this way. We can't do it that way. We have to be more responsible as well in what we keep adding, especially given the fact that you say we're in these unprecedented times, and you're absolutely correct. But that's why we just can't keep adding every year and then expect something different. Like, I don't know where the math goes wrong for us. We sit there and we look at this tax levy. We sit there and we watch it go up, 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 up. And we know that it's not going to pass when it gets over a certain amount, but we just keep adding and feeding it like something is going to change. So if we are going to do better, we have to do better with what we're adding to the budget. Come our opportunity to look at OTRs. We get really messy and there's going to be more. We're not done. Some of us are going to add more to this process. That's a fact. And so we're just not done. What Deb is talking about is going to bring it down to, what would you say, Deb, 3-something?
Well, it should bring it down to about 3.5.
3.5, and then what is it going to end up being by the time everybody's done with their OTRs?
Victoria, could we see what would happen on the screen? And then I want to take Corsa.
What'd you say? Abracadabra. If you had thought of it.
There it is.
Okay, thank you. Corsa?
I just want to say our tax cap for 2026 is 2.75%. We are going to exceed the tax levy. It's better to exceed it once than to exceed it again next year. I will have difficulty coming back next year again, passing the override to exceed the tax levy limit again. So it's difficult, but I suggest we take a hard look at that number and make that difficult decision for 9 new people coming on board who would need time to understand municipal finance and try to understand how some of our policy choices are being made. So we just try and think about those individuals as well and the burden they have to bear going through all this process. It would be, I was just trying to.
Can you get closer to the mic?
I was having a conversation with Doreen trying to see the impact of multiple override of the tax levy in 2 years in a row. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but based on where we are and if you're projecting properly, it's possible. So we may have to take a bit of a bitter pill once, then maybe moderate it a bit and do it twice. I just wanted to add that.
On the amendment that Ann has offered to reduce...
It didn't get a second.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. It's getting late for me, too. That's right. We didn't get a second. So we're back on the original motion of moving the money from the fund balance to the contingent fund, $1,750,000. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? We have one opposed. All right. Are there any more amendments that we need to talk about tonight before we go to the resolution that we need to adopt to send it to public hearing? Go ahead, Victoria. Veronica.
That's all right. That's my favorite name. That's not my name. This isn't a resolution, but a thing that I wanted to bring up is that isn't a single budget line is whether all our employees are still going to be getting paid a living wage in this budget. Because I think our hope in the summer was yes. Currently, it's no. I don't have a thing to propose to do anything about that, but I'm wondering, Corsa, if you can speak to where we are at compared to what it would be to remain a living wage employer.
Yeah, so I believe a couple of months ago we did present to you 2 scenarios whereby we have to adjust every second employee based on the grading to, which was around about, based on our calculation, was about 2.7 million. And if we decide to compress some few steps at the bottom end, That was about $250,000 to be able to accommodate the increase. That projection was done based on the 2025 numbers. So we haven't done actual projection based on 2026 numbers yet, and also the number of positions that had been budgeted for. But we anticipate, if we're looking at the compression, maybe about 350. And if we want to do an overall adjustment, that may be roughly about 3 million. But there's a lot of technical processes we need to go through with HR, because we need to make sure if we compress positions, somebody is not supervising someone, they are in the same salary grade. So it's essential that we clear all those harms before we're able to put a comprehensive proposal before you as to what the numbers will look like. But the salary compression side, we do not anticipate that to be more than 500,000 in a worst case scenario. But overall number adjustment for everybody, you may be looking around about 3 million or a bit more.
At what, 3 million? 2.
About 2 million or more, yes. Our initial projection that we provided earlier this year was about 2.5, I believe. But that was based on 2025 salary, even though we have budgeted few positions, but there's a huge significant percentage, there's about 4% increase in payroll across board, so.
All right, can the ladies in the back help us with the fill in the blanks? If we propose what's on the screen.
You guys use a mic?
Oh, either way.
At some point we do.
Got to crack the whip here.
No deal.
Of course, so while we're waiting, I was curious, do you know what the vacancy rate is running this year?
We did factor in the budget 3%.
How much?
3%.
What is the actual vacancy rate running?
The actual,
It's really close at this point. Yeah, we're really going to have to, we're going to see that hit the tax levy next year. We're also going to see.
What is it this year, do you know?
It's right about 3%.
Okay.
Yeah,
There's
we
no
were
lot.
we were a little bit over last year.
yeah, there's not a lot of wiggle room, and we are working on a resolution to get rid of some unfunded positions because we are seeing some changes being done that we're trying to take some degree of control over that as well to maintain costs.
713,511. I think we have it. Oh, you can read it if you want. Or you can just take it up to Katrina.
Smoke.
Go ahead, Katrina.
Okay, I'm gonna, in the first resolve there, I'll start where it says, Article 7 of county law for a total tax levy amount of $56,713,511, resulting in an approximate tax levy increase of 3.31% and a countywide average tax rate of $4.86 per thousand, an increase of 1.4%. Resolve further that because of the value of a median priced home remained the same as 2024, $300,000, the tentative budget is amended, results in an increased tax payment of $20.08 on a median priced home, or a county tax payment of approximately $1,458.07.
Would you read the first figure again, please?
Read all of them again?
Okay, the first blank is $56,713,511. which is an increase of 3.31%, with an average tax rate of $4.86 per thousand, an increase of 1.4%. And then it's an increased tax payment of $20.08 on a median-priced home, or a county tax payment of approximately $1,458.07.
Everyone got those figures?
Was the last one 1,000? 458 and 70 cents?
07.
7
cents.
Thank you.
All right. Then I would ask for someone to please move the adoption of the amendments to the 2026 tentative Tompkins County budget and the 2026 to 2030 capital program.
Deborah and Greg.
Marriage.
Marriage made in
Which one?
Who wants to go first?
Nobody wants to see mom and dad kiss.
Deborah Dawson. She's the vice chair of this committee. And it's seconded by Greg Mezzi. Discussion.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry, that's the rule. We're ready to vote. We'll have a roll call, please.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes?
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Dan Nolan.
Yep.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
Okay, so that will be coming to, that's what we'll be sending to public hearing. And at that point, we can make, it'll be coming, the resolution comes to the legislature on the 21st. And we can amend it, I suppose. My experience over the past many years has been that the number of amendments kind of go down after we get to this point. And, but you certainly can do what you feel is appropriate for your constituents.
We know that there's a $106,000 resolution for DSS security that's still undecided.
You bring your wallet?
Just a reminder.
Dan Street.
All right. Anything else for the good of this cause here tonight? Don't forget, tomorrow at 9 o'clock, we have a regular budget meeting. Is that tomorrow? Yes. Unless I got confused. Huh? All right. We are adjourned.